have a major announcement right now. So the whole month is White History Month from now on. Happy White History Month.
It's White History Month. I'm gonna celebrate with my friends. It's White History Month. So be sure to tell everyone there will always be different months to celebrate. This month's gonna be White History.
Amazing! It's White History Month. Happy White History Month.
Amazing!
July just feels white. Isn't that amazing? Amazing! We are celebrating our 7th year of White History Month. Congratulations. It doesn't get any better than this. Can you imagine 7 years have gone by? July just feels white. Vacation time, reflection time, appreciation time, all those good things. Amazing. And I personally could not think of a better person to have with us today, a special guest, a mighty man of valor, Congressman Steve King of Iowa, for 18 years, from 2003 until 2021. He is an author of the book, Walking Through the Fires. I've been tried in the fire, and the flames get so hot, I can't see the sky for the smoke in my eyes. And he's been walking through the fire. And we're going to talk to him about that. My fight for the heart and soul of America. Congressman Steve King, welcome to the show.
Thanks a lot for having me on this morning, Jesse. I've had a few minutes of entertainment here listening to you start this day out for White History Month, and I'm sitting here with a pretty good tan, so I kind of...
It looked like this, 10 feet wide, 13 and a half feet tall. They'd construct itself to be a 12-foot finished wall just like that.
That's Representative Steve King.
We do that with livestock all the time.
Pitching the idea of building a wall between the U.S. and Mexico, more than a decade before it became President Donald Trump's central immigration policy.
The wall's going to get built, folks. Just in case anybody has any question, the wall's going to get built.
King has been a Republican member of Congress from Iowa. He's made a name for himself as a hardline opponent of illegal immigration.
He may be the world's most conservative human being.
It's our job here in this Congress to decide who will be citizens, not someone in a foreign country that can sneak into the United States and have a baby and then go home with a birth certificate.
Preventing babies from being born is not medicine. That's not constructive to our culture and our civilization. If we let our birth rate get down below the replacement rate, we're a dying civilization.
Where did any other subgroup of people contribute more to civilization?
Than white people?
Than Western civilization itself, that's rooted in Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and the United States of America, and every place where the footprint of Christianity settled the world. That's all of Western civilization.
Amazing. What happened? This is like, my America is gone now for the most part. You were leading the way about the wall. You were trying to put America first. You wanted to make it better. And they didn't like that. What went wrong in America that we are where we are now?
Well, they've taken down our culture, Jesse. And in the foundation of all of this, and in my studies of history, it always amazed me that they didn't address a religion. It was, the Ottomans attacked the Western Europe,
Yeah.
but they didn't say this was Muslims versus Christianity, for example. But the core of what happens in the world is the culture and the foundation of civilization. And you heard me say that that Western civilization is everywhere where Christianity has provided the foundation for it.
Yeah.
That's our values, our work ethic. It's the pillars of American exceptionalism also, most of which are in the Bill of Rights. The freedom of speech, religion, press, assembly, bear arms. You can go on through the whole Bill of Rights, and then you add to that the rule of law, free enterprise capitalism, and understand that it's a nation that's founded on Christian principles. They went after all of that. And if I take this to a thing, it is a human nature that's foretold in the Bible. Not just good and evil, but in the Catholic Bible, in the Book of Wisdom, I write this in my book, Walking Through the Fire, and it's an insight that came to me alone. I haven't picked it up from anybody's instruction, excuse me. But it is, they write in there that it foretells the future crucifixion of Jesus. And the plotters, and so they say it this way. This is the way it reads in the Book of Wisdom. And it says, "Let us beset the just one." They're speaking of Jesus. "Let us beset the just one, for he is obnoxious to us. He sets himself against our doings and charges us with violations of our training." Now, that's kind of like,
that's amazing.
Jesus was the guilty conscience of the people who called him the just ones who were set to crucify him. Now, if you take that quote out of the Book of Wisdom and change the singular pronoun that refers to Jesus, the just one, as the just ones, as meaning the just people in the world,
Yeah.
and I'm going to apply that to people that carry, I'll say, Christian values, regardless of their religion. And so now it reads, "Let us beset the just ones, for they are obnoxious to us." They charge us with they set themselves against our doings and charge us with violations of our training. In other words, when the virtuous world of Western civilization has the envy of the world, Western civilization is the envy of the world, and they want to take it down because it's the evil within them. And so they've done so through our schools, even through our churches. Every institution in America has been corrupted to a degree, and some completely corrupted. And here we sit today trying to restore our culture and our civilization without quite understanding what's happened to us, and we watched it happen. I saw it happen beginning years ago, as you said.
I noticed that when you were a congressman and you were involved and you were standing up for the country, you were standing for family, you were standing for what is right, there were not many people in Congress or the Senate who were working with you. And I noticed that now that Donald Trump is back, there are not many, when he was there were not many men and women who were willing to stand with him. Why is that always one or two who's willing to stand, whereas most are not? What's that about?
Well, I just think that there's a huge lack of courage, Jesse. My background is essentially a ditch digger. I started doing construction work down in the hole and worked my way through, started a construction business in 1975, and then on to Congress. And I looked around me, and here are these people that are doctors and lawyers and judges and professionals with degrees from elite universities. This is the cream of the crop when they arrive there. They really are high-quality people, high-quality education at least. And so I came from a different way. I say it's my PhD from the University of Hard Knocks. But I was watching folks as they came in. I said, I don't know how many, 9 freshman classes come in. What separates people that have gone through the same filter, a similar filter, a similar crucible? They arrive in a place like that. Some of them rise above the others, and others drift off into the back benches. And one of those is people that arrive at the front. They trust their instincts. There's not time to do a poll, evaluate, go around and ask for a consensus. If you believe in something, go after it.
Yes.
And so Michelle Bachmann was one of those that really let me see that as in someone else. And then
I remember Michelle Bachmann too.
She is a wonderful and brilliant person.
Yeah, I spoke at events with her before.
And then
she's been here before. But go ahead.
I would expect. Sorry. I would expect, Jesse, that the next thing is that trusting your instincts when it's time to lead. If the hill has to be taken, don't look back and say, "Are you guys all with me?" You gotta just go.
Absolutely, absolutely, man. What now? I gotta ask. Now that the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution no longer exist for the most part, they have taken it away, and they are taking it away daily. Is there any way that America can come back return since we don't have the Declaration of Independence, we don't have the Constitution, we don't control the courts and judges and all that anymore, and God is not, except for inside a few individuals, God is not around in the schools and the government and play. Is it possible to return?
Well, we have to believe it's possible, Jesse, and it's a difficult hill to look up at and think we can just take it. But I'm seeing some good signs around the country. One of the states has passed legislation that requires the Bible to be taught in their public schools. I don't remember which state that was. It just came in front of my eyes here a few days ago.
Yeah, I remember that, but I don't remember which state as well, but I do remember it.
But it's a good sign. And we're seeing people that pull their children out of the schools that have been corrupting the moral values and homeschooling. You're seeing parochial schools increase. We've got a school choice legislation that's passed in Iowa. Some other signs along the way, that would be Roe versus Wade has been overturned 2 years ago. Just a week a week behind us was the second anniversary. That's a good sign. You're seeing states that are defending life. We've got something like 15 or maybe 16 states that have a heartbeat law. And I wrote that for the national level and went to the states to promote it. And certainly wrote the bill in Iowa, which was just upheld by the Iowa Supreme Court here this week. Well, last week it would be now.
Right on.
So there's good signs, but we've got to rebuild at the local level. And I hear people say, I give up on Congress, I give up on the federal government, but I'm going to pay my attention to my family, my business, my job, my neighborhood, my church. And I think we have to do all of those things, but we can't ignore the national side of this thing because they can so destroy our culture and civilization. It's been so completely evident with Biden as president, how much he's taken down.
Yeah.
So all of these pieces have to be pushed back again. And 7 or 8 years ago, I was warning that we were headed towards a civil war. And I got attacked for that, of course, but a lot of other folks have been saying that recently.
Yeah.
And I'd say instead that if we don't turn this back in some of the way that I've described, we're headed towards a revolution. That's different. That means that it's not geographically defined as clearly as what our history is of the Civil War, but instead it is the clash of the two political parties that have been so polarized, but the ideology of the two political parties, not necessarily Republicans versus Democrats. That clash, I don't know what form it takes. I don't know what might galvanize it. I want to avoid it, but I just think of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry that more or less, it set the stage for the attack on Fort Sumter in the Civil War. What happens in America? What could be our Bastille Day when things just get out of hand and people have had enough? And you throw caution to the wind. I hope it doesn't. I pray it doesn't. But I want this country put back together in our liberty. Thomas Jefferson let us know that liberty is worth some blood if you have to do that. We wouldn't have our country if they didn't believe otherwise.
Yeah, amazing. You remind me of my friend Bill Lockwood, a patriot. What's Bill Lockwood website? Patriotic Pulpit. And you look like him, you remind me, and you sound like him, and he's as smart as you are. So I'm going to have to hook you guys up so you can be on his show. I bet that would be amazing.
I'd be happy to do that.
I'll let him know.
American symbols, our history, our culture has been torn asunder by BLM and Antifa and the left and the people that sat there complacently and let it happen. When they go after a former slave owner or a Confederate general or officer, I see that as an affront to the deal that was made between General Grant and General Lee at Appomattox. But when they went after George Washington's statue and Thomas Jefferson's statue, they were after the destruction of Western civilization and after the destruction of the American civilization.
Amazing. That was my guest, Reverend Congressman Steve King at AFPAT back in 2021 when we spoke, and it was an amazing talk. So are you on the short list for President Trump, VP?
No, I don't think so.
You should be.
I'll tell you, my choice would be Vivek Ramaswamy. And some of the trouble that Trump has had is that he would give orders and then his subordinates would just ignore him and they wouldn't carry it out. Yeah. Vivek would chase them down and come up with new ways to make sure that they follow through on that.
Amazing.
Brilliant, insightful leader.
Right on. Tell the folks, we're running out of time here. Tell the folks how to get your book, your website, or whatever you want to get real fast.
Yes, just go to my website, steveking.com, and click the button, and that'll place the order there, and I will get that. It'll show up in my email, and I'll sit at this desk, and I'll autograph that book and ship it off.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You made my day. Amazing.
And mine. Thanks, Jesse.
All right, buddy. Back in a moment, folks. 2 more hours to go. Representative Steve King. Back in a moment. Easy. JulyFeelsWhite.com. JulyFeelsWhite.com. Get your, well, here's to my t-shirt. Your t-shirt or shirts. More than one. All right? We're going to celebrate come hell or high water. White History Month. We got to remember White History Month. We got to remember the greatness of the country. We can't forget. Let's not forget. Let's not forget the Constitution, Declaration of Independence. The white man who founded and created the greatest country on this side of heaven. And the enemies of God and of those white men who created this country with the help of God want you to forget. They want to act like everybody built America. Everybody did not build America. They did not. They want to take down the statues and monuments and give you false statues and monuments. They want you to forget. And once you forget, it's over. Look at the young people that don't know the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence or pledge allegiance to the flag. They don't know about it. What do you think going to happen? They're looking around. They see what the old not America. And that's what they're going to remember. Happy 4th of July, though, to everyone. And be safe out there. Be careful and be safe. You're in a dangerous world now. But you can be safe in this world by being alert, being aware. 7 years. Can you believe it? Yes, Jesse, I believe it. I believe that somewhere in the darkest hour a flower grows. Remember that song? I believe.
No, but it sounds great.
So you don't know that song, for real?
That's correct, I do not.
I believe that somewhere in the darkest night a flower grows. I believe. You remember that song, Hassan?
No, I don't think so. It's Marvin Gaye.
No. What the? It's Marvin Gaye. What the?
What the?
How about Guantanamo? Guantanamo? You're so unsafe and brave. Thank you.
Frankie Lane?
Yes.
Frankie Lane?
Sing that song?
Maybe.
I believe.
Supposedly by Mahalia Jackson? Wait.
Mahalia Jackson?
Mahalia Jackson?
No, Mahalia. And not Marvin Gaye.
Frankie Lane. Okay, anyway, we got to keep it moving.
Yeah, I believe that somewhere in the darkest hour, darkest night, a flower grows. Every time I hear. That's it.
Anyway, I better stop it because we don't want to get copyright.
Come on, man. That's right.
Thank you.
Stop it.
Thank you, JLP.
Thank you. Chase out of Oregon.
Is it normal in like for people who are just starting to wake up to still kind of make mistakes in the beginning? Like, I tend to beat myself up like quite badly when I make mistakes. Is that normal as you're starting to wake up to maybe trip up from time to time?
Yeah, definitely abnormal, but it's only because you're waking up now and you're seeing. So don't beat yourself up because there is no self. When you say you beat it, who are you beating up?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I don't know.
So why do you say you're beating up yourself?
There's an expectation that I have that I should have these sorts of issues in my life figured out. I should take responsibility. All the stuff you hear online and see in like AA groups and stuff.
But get rid of all expectation.
Okay.
You don't want to live a life from this day forward. Have no expectation for anything toward anyone or yourself. Get rid of expectation. Just simply live your life moment by moment by moment, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
So describe the person that you're beating up.
Well, now that I've woken up, the person that I'm beating up, I've seen as evil. Now that I've seen the evil in me, the person that I'm beating up is, I don't know. It's hard to describe, honestly.
So how do you say you beat yourself up?
Well,
who is the self?
I guess it's the devil, really, because it's a conversation that I'm having in my head.
Absolutely.
With the devil.
He wants you to think that you're beating yourself up because he wants you to blame yourself for what he's doing through you. It's not you at all. So there's nothing to feel guilty about, and there's no self to beat up because it's all an illusion. You don't even know who you are at this point. You have no clue. But when this false self disappears, if you stay with it, the real you will appear. But right now you have not one iota, zero of a clue who you are, period.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, thank you. I'm gonna smoke on it and stay with the prayer and try to see all of this for myself.
All you need to see, is the false self, the illusion of the thoughts. All thoughts are all lies all the time. If you see through those illusions by being aware of them, you're going to be fine. Just stay with it.
Amazing.
Are you doing the silent prayer every morning, every night?
Every morning, every night. And if my thoughts get really loud, I'll do it during the day too. Like if
And
if
you
I
should.
feel like, yeah. Go ahead.
No, finish your point.
I was just gonna say, if I feel like the devil's getting busy, I'll take a moment and come back to my body.
Nice. You should do that anyway, even if the devil is not loud. You practice being present because you want to get to a point, and you will if you stay with it. You'll live a life of presence instead of unconsciousness. You will live in the present instead of the illusion of the past or the future.
Amazing. Well, hey, I hear the music, so thank you so much, Jesse.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Here's a flashback related to our first guest today, Representative Steve King. This is from Fusion 2017, when Black Representative Cedric get angry at Representative King. Watch this.
That shocking number in El Salvador, 93.09 violent deaths per 100,000. Shocking. Until I looked up the data, and there, the violent death rate, that was actually characterized as a homicide rate in New Orleans, was 90 per 100,000.
Mr. Chairman,
Very close to the 93.0.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to lose all civility in this committee if he thinks it's appropriate to compare New Orleans to Guatemala. Now,
the gentleman will suspend. The gentleman from Iowa has a right to make a statistical comparison between two locations.
Yeah.
Well, you're comparing the people in the locations. That'd be like me comparing them to somebody in the Klan. I don't have a basis to do that.
When the gentleman has completed his remarks, I'll be happy to recognize the gentleman from Louisiana to make his arguments to the contrary, but he's entitled to make those remarks.
We just had a conversation about civility in this United States Congress. Now, I wear badges of bipartisanship because I actually take up and stand up for principles. I am not going to sit here and let him do that. Now, the people I love, the people I respect, and I live in New Orleans. Now, if the gentleman persists on it, then let's go in the back and have the conversation about New Orleans. But I am not going to sit here and do that. And if it takes walking across over there, then I'm prepared to do that too. But it's not appropriate, it's insensitive, and it's nothing more than traditional white privilege of let me criticize a minority city. Now take it how you want, I'm telling you how I feel.
See how these black so-called representatives don't want they don't want the blacks to get better. They don't want the blacks to get better. Isn't that amazing? And it sounded like he was challenging Representative King to a fight, violent. Black people, you got to drop the violence because it's hurting you. What you're doing to others, you're doing to you. I promise you, if you do these things to others, you're doing it to yourself. Likewise, when you do good to others, I don't mean just give them stuff and stuff like that. You do it to yourself. It's a spiritual rule. Whether you accept it or not, realize it or not, what you do to others, you're doing it to you. And this guy, the black guy from Louisiana, called himself a representative, and he's as violent as the people that he's representing. Sounds like he was saying, oh, let's go fight. Let's go be violent. There's a way to have a beautiful life without violence. You were not created to be violent. Any human being that is violent has an animal nature, animal mindset, and an animal nature. You're in a fallen state. But they want the blacks to be that way. And as Joel Friday said, they always make it about race and racism instead of just disagreements. Cedric Richmond, that's his name? Thank you. Cedric Richmond, the black guy. And unfortunately, these people are being voted into our government with the same street violence they've been raised up with, coming from their home with their mama. This is from woke preacher clips on X, where a white preacher described his life living with a black woman. Watch this from X.
I live with a black woman who is angry at white people. And it'd be hard for me to say this without being emotional because I feel her pain sometimes. The black people in my life that I've come to love, they're angry and they hurt deeply. And I don't understand how they can love me. And it's interesting because I've met Christians who are Native American and they hate white people and they love me. And I've met Africans who hate colonialists and they've loved me. But the pain, the suffering is real to them. My wife loves me, thank God. But she in many ways feels the suffering of her people. And I'm really thankful that she does, because she's not buried her head in the sand. She's not tried to deny it. But the gospel, the grace of God has enabled her to love white people as individuals. And I think that's healthy, because history hurts.
What a beta. Beta! I get so emotional, baby. Beta! Every time I think of you. Beta! What a beta. So he catching hell from the evil spirit of her both ways. The mama way and the white man way. What a beta man. Can you imagine a woman being married to a mama's boy? That's a mama's boy. That black woman ain't feeling nobody's pain but her own. Her own evil pain. And that's why we're losing America right now, because the whites are catering. No. Are catering to the black people anger, instead of telling them how to overcome it and why they're that way and how to overcome it. You're catering to evil, and you're catering to your own destruction. That was Randy, Nabors, Neighbors, at 2018 Greater Love Panel. Diving deep into a love for our neighbors. And here's a picture of Randy and his wife. Lord have mercy. I pity black men who marry white men who marry black women, because they always end up beta. Boo! The black women rule over the white man. That's why he up there about to crying. He can't even talk about this, because he beta. What a beta. That's Randy and his wife. I don't understand. I understand why black women marry white men, but I don't understand why white men marry black women, because they can't handle them. They already can't handle the white woman. That's why they're leaving her, right? But they go and marry women who are, the anger of them are worse than the white woman's anger, in some cases. Poor Randy. Don't blame him. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Up there lying, that woman ain't crying. She lying to you, Randy. She is not feeling the pain of anyone. You can't feel nobody else's pain. That's in your mind. How you know what someone else feels? But this is where we are in America today. Mama's boys. And the women hate, literally hate mama's boys. A woman cannot look up to a mama's boy. A woman cannot go to a mama's boy and get advice on any issues in her life or any other thing. Women, stop. Don't just walk away from the mama's boy, because you already don't like weak men. You're setting yourself up to fall into all type of anger. Let me go to James, our first time call out of Rhode Island. James, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
What's up, Jesse?
All is well.
All right. I've been watching for a long time. I'm a big fan, but I wanted to ask you, I wanted you to clarify more on why you think racism doesn't exist.
Because it doesn't.
I know.
It's just a made-up word. That's all it is, in order to divide and conquer.
Okay, but you've acknowledged before that, like, for example, I've heard you talk about how in the 60s, or like when you were a kid, you weren't allowed to sit with the white people. You had to sit in the back. And that's because of racism, right? Like, I've heard you say, like, they didn't like the black.
No, we had to sit upstairs, not in the back.
All right, but you couldn't sit with the white people because they didn't like you because of the color of your skin. So
right.
That is racism.
No.
No?
Nope.
But racism is, it's when you discriminate against someone's color, right?
No, that's evil. It's only good or evil. There's no such thing as racism. And unless you understand the spiritual battle, you're not going to overcome it. And the people who made up the lie that is about racism, they did that because they want to cover up evil so that evil can control you through them and through you.
Right, but I get what you're saying, that it's evil, but also, like, don't you think we should have words to group things in? Like, this is
but we do have words to describe things.
Right. So what? But I'm saying, like, the discrimination based on someone's race would be racism. It's also evil, but it would be racism.
No, it would be evil only.
Why only evil? Why can't it be two things?
Because we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spirits and principalities and wickedness in high places. We're wrestling against.
Okay.
You're,
so can I say
you're fighting against spirits in your mind and emotions, and you're dealing with them outside of you, inside of other people. If you're dealing with it.
So Jesse, can I give you another example?
Yes.
All right. So socialism, right? You think socialism is evil, but why not just call it evil?
It is. You're right. It is evil.
Okay, so
because
socialism
is
okay, but then social.
But you should be calling it evil rather than socialism.
Okay, so socialism doesn't exist, right?
Evil does, and it's a desire to control others. And if you pay attention to yourself and to other people, all evil people, men and women, want to control others.
Okay, sure.
Are you black?
No, I'm white.
So it doesn't exist. It's a made-up lie to deceive you about what's really going on.
But it does exist. But okay.
You said it does? Does?
Yeah. I still think it does.
And why do why would you rather believe that rather than to see what's really going on?
Well, because you literally just admitted that. Even you said that people discriminate based on skin color, so that would be called racism. I know you're just saying it's evil.
People don't discriminate based on skin color. They
Jesse, you literally said like 2 minutes ago they did. But okay.
They discriminate based on good or evil. Good people would never do that to another.
That doesn't make any sense. That literally doesn't make any sense. But okay.
And why not?
Well, because people discriminate based on good or evil, but first of all, you're just using the words good and evil.
No.
And second of all,
the word good and evil. Do you believe evil is real?
Yeah, sure.
Do you believe good is real?
Sure.
And how do you know evil is real?
Well, okay, evil. Well, we as a society decide what is right and wrong, good or evil, to like help society function.
No, you don't. No, you don't. How do you know evil is real?
Well, I just told you that society kind of like...
Society does not decide what's good or evil because they're wrong. You can't... Another human being cannot decide what's good or evil because no one knows what it is until they can see it.
Sure. Okay, so for example, right, murder. Murder is evil, right?
Not necessarily.
No, it's not.
If you're defending yourself and you kill somebody, God forbid, that's not murder.
Well, right. Murder is the unjustified killing of someone. Would that be considered evil? The unjustified killing of someone.
If you're not defending yourself, that would be evil.
Right. Okay. So I agree that like that's awful. But another reason why society if we allowed murder to happen, then society wouldn't be able to function.
The society is allowing murder to happen every day.
No.
Yes.
I mean, people get away with murder, but usually, we put murderers on trial, and sometimes they get acquitted, but sometimes they go to jail. And murder is illegal.
When black people kill white people, they don't go to jail.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is true.
Citation needed. Okay.
Go down to the hood, see what happened to you.
Okay.
It's true.
Sure.
And most of the time nowadays, they get away with it, and they don't even get caught by the cop. I have stories right now where white women are being raped right in the middle of the street, knocked out.
Jesse, how can you say this? Like, you are black. Like, this is pretty, kind of gross, to be honest.
What do you mean?
You're talking pretty badly about black people when you are black. So
I don't understand that statement.
Okay,
I'm talking about evil.
But I've heard you say on your show that black people are suffering due to their lack of moral character.
Absolutely.
That sounds like something a white racist would want to hear.
What do you mean?
Okay, so...
You know what? Don't you think, which is better, to tell black people, and not all, but most, to tell black people what the real problem is so that they can be free, or would you rather lie to them so they could be enslaved to the lie?
All right, so I disagree with the framing of the question because you said not all, but most.
Right.
I mean, what do you mean by most? Like, what percentage?
Most. You know what percentage is most?
So 51%, 60%, 70%. What?
But most, whatever most is, that's what it is. I forgot what that question was. Oh, would you rather for black people to know that they were their own problems rather than white people, or would you want them to think white people are their problems where they would never go free?
I disagree with the framing, like I said.
What does that mean? I disagree. That was a question. There was no framing.
That is a loaded question. So you're assuming a premise, which you're assuming that I agree with you that most black people.
I asked you a question. I didn't say if you agree or disagree. I just asked the question.
No, but to answer that question, I'd have to assume what you're saying.
No, never assume. You're not supposed to assume.
But do you know what a loaded question is?
No.
No? Okay, so can I...
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, no wonder.
Okay, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Happy White History Month. Are you celebrating White History Month with us?
No, I'm not.
Did you celebrate Black History Month?
I mean, I don't really... I think that... No, I didn't. No.
Why are you stumbling over that?
Well, because I don't want it to sound like I'm racist, but no, I didn't celebrate Black.
How would that sound like you racist if you said straight up, no, I'm not celebrating white? You sound racist there.
Do I? Okay. Well,
But with the black, you stumble. Why? How can you sound racist by saying, no, I don't celebrate Black history?
No, I don't. I don't.
But why would that sound why would that sound racist though? I don't understand that.
You're right. It was silly. I don't know.
You don't know what?
I don't know why. My bad.
Do you have fear of being called racist?
No.
You don't? Then why would you say that then?
Because it was a weird way to ask the question. But no, I didn't I don't think anyone celebrates a history month of a group of people.
No, the black people celebrate Black History Month. And we celebrate white history here every July. Doesn't July doesn't July feels white?
No, I don't get what you mean by that, but isn't every month White History Month? Because literally, like, a point of a history month is to recognize a group of people, but white people are the majority.
You said the reason that you didn't want to say that about Black History Month because you didn't want to sound racist.
Well, no. It was a poor way of wording it. I could have worded it better. But.
And doesn't July just feel white?
I mean, it's hot.
Okay.
It feels hot.
And what else?
I don't know what that means by feels white. What do you mean by that?
You gave me one already. You said it's hot. What else?
Vacation time, relaxing time. Is that what you want me to say?
There you go. And then it's coming up Thursday of this week.
What's coming up Thursday this week?
You don't
Sorry,
know
what?
The 4th of July, man.
Oh, the 4th of July. Yeah. I am celebrating that.
Doesn't July just feel white?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
So, do you agree with me that July just feels white?
I already said yes. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, James. Call me again. I appreciate it.
C bought a coffee. Jesse, how do you deal with the loss of close people in your life? I'm having a very hard time with it. I'm afraid to lose any others I care about, especially after witnessing a funeral of my best friend. Haven't been the same. I'm scared.
If you love them, you would not be afraid. But if you had a false relationship with them, identity, then you're afraid. You just let go. I mean, you had your time with your friend. They're no longer around. Stay out of your mind and emotions. If you do grieve for a minute, let it pass. and don't stay into thoughts about it. You will become depressed. All right? So just let it pass and move on with life. All right? I wish you well, Sion. What? No. But stay out of your head about it. And emotion, because you think about it, you're going to feel something. And that's what the devil wants you to do. And the devil makes you think you're feeling those things because you loved your friend or you loved your family member, and it's just not true. All right? I wish you well, Sion. Amazing. And may your friend's soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Colby bought 3 coffees. Jesse, through God, can we have logical foresight?
Through God, can we have logical force? What does logical mean?
Sensible.
That's the only way you'll get it.
Nice.
And the one thing I want you to know, the intellect is not through God. All right? Let all thoughts go. When you hear things, don't hold on to it. Just like the devil quote the Bible to people, and you hear him repeating the Bible in your head, and you think you got it, and you're ready to go preach, but you don't have it. It's just intellectual. You do not. God does not speak to you with words. His voice is a voiceless voice, and if you let the knowledge go, you will live by the voiceless voice. All right. I wish you well. Thank you.
Ronnie from Ohio bought a coffee. Uncle Jesse, do you have proof that Caitlin Clark is being mistreated due to her being white and straight?
I saw him knock her down.
Do you have proof that the black girls are jealous of her, or are you just speculating?
One girl said that I'm not quoting her exactly right, Ronnie, but something like, well, history going to be remembered not just because of her, but something like, all right? I'm not quoting exactly right. But do you remember that?
Angel Reese. Yeah.
What she say? History going to be...
In 20 years, they won't just be saying about one person. They'll know that it's because of me too. People watching women's basketball, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. That's jealousy.
Total jealousy.
That's more proof, Ronnie. But a good question. Thank you.
I think it's a false dilemma, being able to prove versus just speculating.
Right.
Because you can know something without being able to prove it. Because not everything is provable.
I don't care what anyone says or anyone else does. That's on you. But I want what the Great White Hope has. And I'm going to get it. That divine spiritual protection or I like the word protection, but drive, that spiritual drive that's driving the Great White Hope. I told y'all, meaning Donald Trump, the Great White Hope, I told y'all to watch him. Remember when he first ran? I said, keep a space between you and the Great White Hope. And just observe, always keep a space between you and all people, in all honesty. Now, I know most of you are not going to do that, but that's up to you. But keep a space and watch and learn, discover. There is something else that is beyond seeing with the naked eyes that's driving the Great White Hope, Donald Trump. What manner of man is this? The wind and sea obey him. And I believe anyone that want it, and I know that most people are not going to want it. They love their darkness. They love their darkness, and they don't want the light. Really, did you know that most people love their darkness? And they work overtime to keep their darkness alive. What they call life is really death. And so most people don't want the light. They want the darkness. Even if they cry, yeah, I'm tired of living this way. I'm tired of being miserable. I'm so happy. And then you tell them how to get to the light. They won't take it. You say, well, okay, be still and know. Watch. Watch what's going on in you. drop the anger, drop the fear. They won't do it. How do they say? But they won't do it. Okay, do the silent prayer so you can just watch. And something else will guide you. It'll wake you up. It'll carry you through. They won't do it. You did the silent prayer. Do you do the silent prayer morning and night? Do you practice being present? No. Those people love their hell pretending they want good. They want delight. So let them suffer in their hell. But for those who want it, I believe the president has it. President Trump has the light. Which would you rather save? Your body or your soul? What manner of man is this? I told you to watch. It's not over until the fat lady sings. For Donald Trump, I had haters calling my show. Oh, what about now? Donald Trump has been found, what they said? He had been found guilty of Stormy Daniels and whatever else they were saying. What now? They were all rejoicing. Be careful how you rejoice in another man's suffering. What you do to others, you are doing it to you whether you realize it or not. And these people who have been rejoicing because they think that Trump is suffering, look at them now. And behind closed doors, they're miserable. They're catching pure hell because of what they tried to do to him. And they were saying, he's not going to get immunity. It ain't going to happen. Trump, immunity. Hail King Trump. According to Revolver, President Trump just received the news that he and the whole country has been eagerly anticipated from the Supreme Court. They have declared that presidents are fully immune from criminal prosecution while conducting official government business. Now, what do you got to say now? And now the Democrats want to go after the Supreme Court. Attack the court because the court did not do it your way and what you wanted. I want you to watch this news report from ABC about the Supreme Court and Trump. Watch this.
This is an absolute win for Donald Trump, not just the substance of the opinion, but also the court had the option here to make the decision effective immediately or go through a traditional waiting period of 25 days. There's no expedited period. This effectively grants Donald Trump blanket immunity because it makes it seems to me now, impossible for a trial to go forward, either in the classified documents case, because this is also at stake there, and the January 6th case. And I think when you look at the dissenting opinion, Devin read part of it. This line stands out to me. Says the decision, quote, makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government that no man is above the law. Amazing. It does not make a mockery. Presidents are immune from it. It is that way. And Donald Trump is not the only one. Are you like crying in your milk now? Or are you examining yourself to see how wrong you were and letting it go? Are you catching your breath and letting it go? All for the sake of the show. Amazing. Wow. And the Democrats and the liberal media and the right-o Republicans, I have never seen them go after a man in this way, except Christ, and I didn't see that with Christ. I didn't witness it.
I've never seen these people go after one man. I want you to think about that, because a lot of you are dealing with the same things, but different situations in your own personal lives. And the enemies working through other human beings are going after you. I've never openly seen such an attack upon one man as I've seen. And I've seen attacks upon people, absolutely, but not like the Great White Hope for such a long time. And all he was trying to do was run for president to help make the country great again. And he didn't have to do it. He's rich. He has a family. He didn't have to do it. But he did, in spite of all that. Joe Biden, he can't hide, is not happy with the decision of the Supreme Court. No way. At least his wife not happy. I don't even know if Joe Biden knows there is a Supreme Court anymore. Joe Biden's reaction to the Supreme Court decision. Watch this from Fox.
I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
Amazing. That so-called judge he mentioned is a female on the court who should not be there anyway. And then they have this black judge on, she went along with, against Trump. Because she's black and she's female. What the? Sotomayor. And she is an Obama so-called justice. And remember the black woman Biden put on there, and she's not even qualified at all to be there. She's only there because she's black female. And they made that clear before they put her there. Congeniality Jackson. Something like that. What? Congeniality. She's black. What's she doing with a name like that? On our court and female. What the? This is how some in the media are responding to the Supreme Court decision. Watch this from Fox.
Justice Sonia Sotomayor authored a scathing dissent, writing, "The President of the United States is the most powerful person in the country and possibly the world. When he uses his official powers in any way under the majority's reasoning, he now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders the Navy's SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival, immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power, immune."
This election is no longer about the old guy that's in the White House now.
That look like Hassan's dog.
All the op-ed pages and the New York Times can run around and opine about, what Joe Biden should do. And, y'all have fun with that. Enjoy yourselves, intellectual thought leaders. I no longer care. Doesn't matter to me anymore. It's above me now. It's above me now. It's above me now. It's above Joe Biden now. Don't care about Joe Biden's age, infirmity, that he shuffle when he walk. I don't care. He could be seated for the rest of from now to Election Day and never get up off a chair. He could sit down. He could roll around in a wheelchair. He could be on a skateboard, seated. I don't care.
You look like you don't care too. What the? They said all this crazy stuff. Sotomayor need to not be on our court with that mindset. What she was saying is not true, by the way. Just think about that. They've been chasing this man, the Great White Hope. And by the way, let me see what he has to say today since the Supreme Court handed down their decision. No immunity. Immunity. Watch it. Let me see what the Great White Hope has to say.
Tomorrow they will say, Donald Trump rants and raves at the press. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm just telling you, you're dishonest people.
I rest my case. Just like the court rested its case, I rest my case. According to the Brookings Institute, Holder told Congress that the U.S. drone strike under Obama killed 4 Americans, 3 by accident, including a 16-year-old U.S. citizen, according to Wikipedia. That's from Wikipedia. If ever we needed the great white hope, we need him now. Happy white history to the great white hope. E. White. Amazing. And to those who are crying and spilling milk today and yesterday and forevermore, I understand. I wish you well. Let me go to Jason out of Buffalo, New York. Jason, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Jesse?
All is well, Jason.
All right, so you just think people are just going at Trump for no reason?
I'm sorry?
You think that people are just like the cases and stuff about Trump, they think they just like there's no basis behind it. They're just doing it to be doing it.
No, they're doing it because they're evil. So there's a reason behind it. Their hearts are wicked, and they hate the light that they see in Donald Trump, and they're desperately trying to destroy the light, not knowing that you can't destroy the light. It doesn't even make sense, but that's what they want to do, Jason.
All right, okay, so you're saying like that. So the cases, so the things that they are charging him for, the documents. So you think he should have had classified documents?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's the president.
He was the president.
Same Joe Biden has some. I'm sure Obama has them.
Back. Hold on. He gave them back.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, he gave him back. When asked for him, he gave him back. Donald Trump said that was his
What'd you say?
It was like when Biden was asked for the documents, Biden gave the documents back.
That's not true.
What you mean it's not true?
It's not true, huh?
So, okay, all right. Hey,
and by the way, once a president, always a president. Don't forget that.
So you mean he can stay in the White House now? He got Air Force One now. He got all that stuff now.
Who?
He got Trump.
Trump don't need Air Force One when he has Trump One.
Well, I want to ask you about you said the whole thing. No, I'm just like that was you just gonna go you railing, you like a fanboy for Trump, right? But I want to talk
sorry?
About no, you a fanboy for Trump. You a fanboy.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Cause you don't.
I'm telling you, I'm not.
Wrong. No. But you show what you say, the things that you do, you prove that you are.
I'm sorry?
Because you said that you saying that he didn't do anything. You saying he can do anything wrong. You put Trump above the law.
Well, I never said that. You never heard me say that.
No.
And, wait.
Yeah, but
hey. You never heard me say that.
But when you say somebody can get away with
why you say I said that when I never said that?
So you saying he can clean?
Why did you say I said? You're not answering my question. You said I said something. You said I said something that I did not say. Why?
Oh, it could be inferred that's what you mean.
It could be what?
Inferred.
What does that mean?
It means you can what you said when you said that Trump can hold classified documents even though that he's not president no more.
What does infer mean?
Infer is you can come to that conclusion.
Well, why would you come to how can you come to a conclusion of something I never even said?
Based on what you said.
What do you mean?
When you
that he's a great white hope.
That's so now you saying that he is the great white hope.
Do me a favor. How do you spell infer? How do you spell infer? Maybe that'll help me understand it.
INFER. Infer.
What?
INFER. Infer.
You sure?
I'm sure.
So are you happy with the decision of the U.S. Supreme Courts.
Oh, not like, I mean, if Biden would just like if Biden would release the Mueller report and have Trump like knocked off for treason, then I would be happy with it. Because like that's what the Supreme Court said.
Jason.
What?
Are you happy with the handing down of the U.S. Supreme Court decision?
I mean, if Biden use it in his favor, then yeah, I would be happy for it. But if Biden don't use it for him, like if Biden don't use it for his own benefit, then I won't be happy about it.
How can Biden use the Supreme Court for his benefit?
Like how Trump is going to use it for his benefit.
No, how can Biden use it for his benefit, his own benefit?
By releasing the Mueller report.
The Mueller report?
Where it showed that Trump committed treason.
You said releasing his Mueller report?
No, the Mueller report. You don't know the Robert Mueller report? You don't remember that. You don't remember.
I thought you said Mother report.
No, the Mueller.
You said Mueller.
Like Mueller, the Robert Mueller report.
And what's the Mueller report?
The report when it was showing like all the crimes that Trump committed. When they had the report, the ones that the Republicans.
You ain't had it. You haven't had enough yet.
Had enough of what?
The attack on Trump.
Have I not had enough? No, I think there should be more attacks on Trump.
You want more attack on it? Do you love Trump?
No, I do not love Trump.
Oh, well, no wonder.
You don't love everybody either.
Why don't you love Trump?
Hate for black people.
Why don't you love Trump?
He lied too much. Like, to start simple, he lied too much. He lied a lot. He lied so much.
What he lie about?
Only for like rich people. Like he only like for the rich people.
What do you mean by that?
$1 billion.
If like, Trump is for the rich people, why did Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and all those guys give him an award, appreciation award for his support of black people and what he has done to help them?
Now, have you heard Al Sharpton talk about
it? No, answer. I asked you another question. You didn't answer the question.
Oh, all right, for photo ops. That's why they did it, for photo ops.
So they were lying?
Pay for stuff like that.
They were lying?
No, that's what like Trump pay for stuff like that.
They were lying? Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson were lying?
No, like they got paid. They got money for that. They got
benefits. So Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton got money for pretending that they appreciated Trump.
That's what happened.
You may be onto something like that because they clearly were not his friends for sure.
What you mean clearly? Like you think Trump is a friend? You think Trump is a friend?
What a friend we have in
the people who was around. Like why do all the people around Trump end up in jail? Hey, Jesse, can you answer the question? Why do people around Trump end up in jail? Hey, why do people around Trump end up in jail? Jesse, why do the people around Trump end up in jail?
Because we do not.
You can't answer the question.
Carry.
But I'm gonna wait to see if you can answer the question. I'm gonna give you a minute to see if you can answer the question.
What question?
I want to know why do all the people around Trump go to jail?
What people?
Why the people like his campaign manager?
Who?
His chief of staff.
Who is the campaign manager?
What is what was the dude's name? Manafort. Paul Manafort.
What?
Manafort, you remember like his campaign manager, Manafort, the dude that ended up going to jail for a year. He trying to like hire back.
Is Manafort the same guy that made it for it?
Now you're trying to be like, there you go. Like that's like, that's why it's so hard to like debate you. That's why Biden couldn't debate Trump because like you go to stuff like that, you go to talk about irrelevant things.
Amazing.
Can I ask you like one more?
Jason, thank you for your call, but I gotta run because of time. But I do appreciate you.
20 more coffees from Mo Better. Just like Joelle, I happen to be very appealing to the ladies, but I want to let JLP and the experts know somehow I got a stable woman and a grown-up son after so many years, married at 25. So nice.
Right on. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I wish you well. Thank you.
He asks if there's a magical age where a woman chills out and takes a deeper, realistic look into the world around her.
Yeah, just before death.
Nice. I think that'll help him.
50 years after you have suffered with her. And then she might wake up. If she's working on herself. I wish you well. Thank you.
He says she tried to kill herself. acted like she wanted to kill him every now and then over minor arguments, run away and bill him for expensive costs of filing for divorce, convince her to withdraw from.
Why?
And he said, I just remained patient, blocked a few punches, knives, and flying objects. It was not easy.
Why you put up with all that? Let her go. If she want to commit suicide, let her do it. That's her body. She can do what she wants, remember?
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Mo Betta.
Yeah.
Joe from Florida, 5 coffees. Question for you, Jesse. I ended a 6-year relationship, find myself single again. No children. How should a man go about finding a good woman in the modern world? Any advice, things I should look for? Thank you and your staff for all you do.
Thank you. You find one by not looking for one. Don't look, and you shall find. Only seek the kingdom of God in his right way, and all will be well. All right? Let's finish the super chat that we started on. Super chat. And then I'll get back to the phone.
Thank you, Joe from Florida, with his 5 coffees about ending a 6-year relationship and finding a good woman. You gave him advice.
Okay.
At the end of the last hour, not to look for one, I think you said.
Right. Don't look for her. Women should not be looking for a husband or a man, period. And men should not be looking for a wife or woman. You should only seek the kingdom of God. Seek the truth. Seek love. Seek what is right. And all things will be added unto you. But if you seek anything else before that, that become your God. You can only, when God says seek first the kingdom of God, he wasn't playing. So don't look for, what's his name?
Joe from Florida.
Joe, don't look for a woman. You only look for what is right. Satan has you looking for a woman to fulfill your ego, and all you will ever end up with is a woman like you, as if you're trouble. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Mebits says, I disagree with Jesse on this point. Couples should be honest with each other. If I find out a woman has a long sexual history, I'm out. Better sooner than later.
Then you're not married her for the right reasons. How about if she found out you had a long sexual relationship? You're not married her for the wrong reason. Women, stop telling men if you're virgins or not. It's your business between you and God alone. They will judge you. Human nature is evil. The heart of human beings are evil, and they will judge you as though they're virgins, right? But in the good old days, when boys were boys and men were men, women didn't go around telling men that at all. They didn't even tell it to other women because they were closer to the father. They understood it was between them and the father, and the whole purpose is to make babies. Why go around bragging about it? You're never going to find love that way, ladies. You always get used because all you're ever going to get are mama's boys, and mama's boys are only into sex. That's all they're about because they have the mama spirit. They're looking for mama's love, and they're trying to find it through sex. But thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Urinal Chill says, wait, there are virgins in 2024? Double question mark.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, there's some.
Yep. 10 coffees from Steve V. Very generous. He says, thanks for your message on life. God bless.
You're welcome, and thank you for your support. And stay with it, stay with it, stay with it. I appreciate it. Let me go to first-time caller out of Connecticut, Julie.
I did what you said. I forgave my mother. I went to my father, and I thought immediately the anger was going to leave me, but it didn't.
And why did you think that when you know that all thoughts are all lies all the time? What a setup.
Oh.
Why
okay.
did you think that? You still believe in thoughts?
I thought that was your experience. When you went and you forgave your parents, you didn't have anger anymore.
But see, you went with them with expectation, went to them with expectation
Yeah.
and thoughts, and you came back in the same way that you went. Had you gone without any expectation, you would have walked away a free person.
Oh, okay.
You still communicate with the devil. Anytime you communicate with the thoughts, you are communicating with evil. Are you still getting angry at your husband?
Yeah, I am.
Why?
Because it's affecting our children, and I.
So if your anger is affecting your children, why are you doing it?
Yeah.
You said that you're getting angry at your children, at your husband, because it is affecting your children. Why would you get angry at your husband knowing that you are affecting your children with anger?
Yeah, I didn't think of it as me affecting the children. I thought of it as him not being awake to what's going on in the house and passing it on to the kids. I'm just afraid of what I'm seeing. It's more anxiety and fear of what I'm watching him go after the boys and then raise up the girls, and I'm nervous about how the kids are going to be growing up like this.
And that's why you can't see what's going on in yourself. You still have your eyes on your husband. You're not going to be able to see yourself and keep your eyes on someone else. You got to keep your eyes on you and you alone.
Okay.
Because your anger is what really destroying the children, but you keep your eyes on your husband so you don't realize that. You think your anger is not hurting, and it is.
Okay.
Why don't you take your eyes off everyone and everything and just watch you?
Okay.
No, that was a question.
The thoughts that I'm attached to, the fear thoughts that I need to protect my children. I need to stop them from being, I don't want to say verbally abused, but attacked and wrongly attacked. I have to protect them. I'm thinking I have to protect them from that.
Are you the head of your husband?
Yes.
You the head of your husband?
Yeah, right now I am.
Why don't you drop it?
Okay, even if he's not head over me.
Why don't you drop it?
Because someone has to be the head of the house.
But not you. You can't be the head of your husband.
Okay.
What a mess.
You said that last time.
Why don't you drop it, Julie?
Okay, I thought someone has to be in charge.
Of what?
The house, and making sure it runs in
What
order.
is your job to watch over his children, make sure they get breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they go to school, we come home, we have dinner for them, and your husband, and then when your husband get home, if there are situations happening with the children, you tell your husband about it, he handles it. That's how things roll. You're not supposed to be over your husband like this.
Well,
no wonder you're not getting better.
But he's not taking up the role.
You're in the way.
Okay.
You're not obeying your husband.
There's nothing to obey. He won't even tell me what to do.
Like what? What does he need to tell you to do?
He needs me to tell me that he can handle it. I don't need to handle it. That.
Why does he need to tell you that? Why don't you get out of the way and see if he handles it?
Okay, I will.
No, that was a question.
Wow.
Hold on, Julie.
Yeah.
Hold on. 88. What a mess. Let me go quickly back to Julie. We're trying to get some understanding here. So, Julie, why not get out of the way of your husband and work on you so you can be guided by the light?
I want that, but he's still, it's like a lesbian relationship. Like the kids will come to me they want help from me because he doesn't say anything.
And do you tell them to go back to your father?
Not as much as I should.
And why not?
Because the times that I've done that, when they go to him, he looks to me and asks me what he should say.
But you don't have to respond to him. Because it's been one way. You guys got together in the wrong way. You come together in the wrong way, right? You married a baby, a mama's boy, and he married an angry woman. You got together wrong. So now it's all wrong, but both, your husband's working on himself, right?
I think he would say yes, but not fast enough for me.
But see, look how do you know how fast it needs to go?
Because things are still a mess.
But the mess is inside of you.
Okay. All right.
Would he say that you're working on yourself?
He would.
And would he say you're too slow or not fast enough?
He doesn't care.
Beautiful.
He doesn't care.
And he shouldn't care.
Yeah. Okay.
So why don't you take your eyes off your husband? And that's why you're having a hard time with the silent prayer. You have all these expectations. You're still trying to rule. If you want God to change the situation, you got to let go. You got to let go and trust truth, trust love.
Okay.
But you're still looking at the situation and listening to what the devil is telling you to do, blaming your husband when it's you. You need to get out of the way and let him work on himself, and he'll be fine. And you have a chance to have a marriage that will last until death do you part if both of you are working on yourselves.
Okay.
But you can't be looking at your husband talking about, oh, you're not working on yourself fast enough. You're not doing it the right way. You got to stay out of it.
He follows me around. So if I do the silent prayer, then he does it. But he'll get up when I get up. Like, he doesn't do anything on his own.
And how you feel about that?
I just think I don't like it. I don't like it. It's not attractive. I want a man. I don't want someone following me. I want to follow him.
Well, then here's what you do. You just work on you and don't like him or dislike him. You don't have a right to like or dislike anyone, including your husband. You try to overcome evil, and by you judging him, it's keeping you in evil. It's enough, if what you're saying is true, and I don't know, it's enough to see it, but you're wrong for having an opinion about it.
Okay.
Meaning you're wrong for judging him.
Okay.
Drop the judgment.
And trying to control him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you do the silent prayer, you just relax and watch those thoughts. That's all. You want to be the watcher, the observer. You don't want to be the maker, the creator. You want to be the watcher.
Okay.
Do you think being frustrated with him is attractive?
No, probably not.
Probably not, or not?
No, it's not. I know it's not.
Yeah, well, you gotta drop it. You're looking at your husband, but not seeing what you are doing.
Right.
Satan said, I can hear the devil now telling you, oh, it's time to get up and do the silent prayer. And you get up, and your husband get up too, like, look at him. He is not getting up on his own. He's just following you. And you're judging him.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
And you're still worshiping the devil when you listen to that. Okay. So what? If he get up when you get up, fine. At least he's making the attempt to change.
Okay. You're right.
What a mess, Julie. You do the silent prayer morning and night, and during the day, you watch, bring your body back. your mind back to your body when you get lost in your thoughts, thinking about the past or the future, or judging your husband or yourself or anyone. And just work on you. Practice watching. Watching what's going on inside of you so you can see how you got in this mess and you will see how to overcome it.
Okay.
How to get out of it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Let me know how it goes.
I will. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Amazing. Bye-bye. Amazing. Did you hear that talking about the ego wife in an op-ed supported Obama over Biden? This is from the New Republic. We are told from widely circulated reports that his decision to stay in the race will come down to what his wife, speaking of Joe Biden, will come down to what his wife, Jill Biden, says. A source told a team of NBC reporters that if she decides there will be a change, of course. If she decides there will be a change, of course. There will be a course. I didn't understand that, but okay. Oh, if she decided there would be a change, of course, there would be a course. So I guess in the op-ed, so this came from an op-ed piece out of the New Republic. Amazing. It's quite clear, it should be, after that debate between the Great White Hope and Joe Biden the other night, and it was clear Joe Biden lost, that he didn't even put Joe Biden. Don't blame him. He didn't even have a chance. After the debate was over, Jill was like, Joe, you did a good job. You answered all the questions, and you did really good. And Joe Biden stand up like mama telling him a lie to make him feel good. And then she said, the only thing Trump did was to lie. It was then that I realized this woman, Jill Biden, is evil. She does not love her husband, and she's desperate for power. She's desperate. Ain't no way for now she's going to make Joe Biden step down. She's running it. That's why she can haul him around, hold his hand and carry him around. He's just a token. And his children don't love him either. Because if his children loved their father, there would be no way that they would go along with Jill Biden in keeping Joe Biden in this race. I was talking to one of my sisters the other night after the debate, and she was saying, and she is a Democrat, she was saying, well, I can't believe that when I saw that, it reminded me of Dad. My dad and her father, right? He had the Alzheimer's disease thing. And as time went by, he started to act and walk and do just what Joe Biden is doing. I don't know if Joe Biden has that or not, but the symptoms were the same. And then there's no way we'll let our father, our dad, just be humiliated like that in the public. Jill Biden is about Jill Biden. And it's too bad the children are about themselves too. Power, perceived power, and wealth. What a sad world. Men, women don't love you, and you don't love them. Your wife don't love you, and you don't love her. And Jill Biden is a perfect example of not loving your husband. Before I go to the calls, talk about mama's love. This video, I don't quite understand it, but I kind of understand it. And I need the anchor baby to come in and help me understand it even clearer. He can explain this a little better than I can. And I want to hear what he has to say about it. This is a viral video trend. A viral video trend. Parents are pretending to smack their kids in the back of the head to see how they will react. Parents are pretending to smack their kids in the back of the head to see how they react. Watch this from X.
If I may, real quick, the caption, when this is posted, the person who posted this wrote, "Bunch of little liars." So,
meaning that the kids are little liars or the parents?
Well, keep that in mind as you watch the video. But yeah, the kids are liars.
Oh, okay.
That's what they're saying.
Amazing. Watch this.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, baby, are you okay? Oh, are you okay? Oh, it's okay. Are you okay? Oh. Oh. You okay, baby? Oh, did that bump your head? Yes. Are you okay? Yes. Did that get your head? Oh, no. Oh, Sonny, are you okay? Oh, no.
Time to hit your baby's head.
Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh, no. Oh, no, you okay?
That one didn't even touch it.
Tending to hit his head to see if he will react. He thought it was funny. But
Oh, the baby. Sorry, baby. Owie, the baby.
You got a lot of dads doing it there.
Amazing. So I don't understand it.
Okay, this is why I put this in even. Because I've heard this before about children, that if you didn't run up, when you see a kid fall at the playground when they're playing and they fall and hurt themselves, that it's not them hurting themselves that causes them to cry, but it's when the parent comes up and starts overreacting.
That's for sure.
And so I've always kind of heard that, but I never seen video proof all put together in one long video like that.
Right.
And I thought what was funny was that in the comments and the people who posted this say, bunch of little liars. And I had to point that out because they're almost putting that on the kid. And I wonder if they know that it's all their fault.
It is the parents' fault because the kids are clearly overreacting because the parents are overreacting.
Mm-hmm.
They're rubbing their head, oh, poor baby. Because the kids, in some of those videos, were looking around to see what had happened.
Right.
And if they had not seen anything and no one reacted, it wouldn't have bothered them at all.
Mm-hmm. 100%. So I think that's what's going on here. And they want to say that the kids are like fibbing, but the kids are just overreacting to the parents.
100%.
And I know it's a joke video. I'm not saying it's that deep, but at the same time, mama's love will turn you into a little crybaby.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It definitely came from the overreaction of the parents. The reason they started crying.
Big time.
Because they didn't even touch the kids.
Video proof.
What a mess. And so were they trying to make a point by this, or they just trying to be funny?
They're trying to be funny. Like it's just they saw one parent do it, and it becomes a trend, and now everybody's doing it. And yeah, it's a trend, but I wonder if they know what function is being abused here for the joke. The function that's being abused is the parents overreacting. It's usually the mother, but you see a lot of the dads doing it.
So it's the parents who are the liars because they lying to the children.
Big time.
Also, they're traumatizing the children. They're teaching the kids to overreact. And as they're learning to overreact to little things, as they get older, they're going to find themselves overreacting to big things as well. So they're setting them up to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Hey, do it for the gram.
What a mess. Also, so your girlfriend came back last night.
I thought I was alone. I thought nobody was listening to me when I was singing that.
And so now you have to sing that song, My Baby's Coming Back Tomorrow. Ain't that good news?
I thought I was by myself. I was belting those notes out.
My baby is coming home tomorrow. Ain't that good news? Man, ain't that news?
Even though I've never heard that song,
good news.
It just came out of me naturally.
Man, oh man, ain't that news? I got an email.
Text.
A text just the other day. It used to be I got a letter because in those days we didn't have text.
I got a virtual reality the other day.
And she told me she's sorry she went away. Amazing. Well, I'm glad she's back.
And my heart is mended.
Yep. You don't have to sing that song for a while. The Anchor Baby.
Bye.
At 12 noon today. Check out the American Anchor Baby. Let me go to James out of Missouri. James, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to compliment you on. I called before and asked for miracles, but I wanted to compliment you on sticking up for what's right. Thank you.
I appreciate it, James. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, buddy. Amazing. 888-775-3773. I wish you well, James. Is it Pope out of Georgia? Pope, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
All is well.
Hey, I know we don't have much time. I was looking for a lot of family advice.
Okay.
But I can call back on you another day because it's going to be a long story.
No, go ahead.
So my parents have been married for 33 years, and now it's looking like it's going to come to an end.
How old are you?
30.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So it looks like we know all but one issue. It seems like my mother has committed the ultimate betrayal, I guess you'd call it, of running around, I guess you'd say.
Oh, okay.
And I was on the edge of following your instructions of forgiving my mother. Well, now it feels like after learning all this, how do you go about that? Because it feels like the anger is just so hard. Like if I try to forgive her, that anger that I'm trying to fight is going to come out.
What do you, I mean, are you having a problem with the fact that she and your father are divorcing?
Yes, because, I mean, my dad is 73, and he is just straight devastated. Like, it is awful, awful, awful what she's doing.
Is it bother you that she cheated on your father, they're divorced? Does it bother you?
It not necessarily me, but it does bother me to see my dad, who's never really done much and nothing wrong to me. He's suffering really, really bad.
And how old is your mother?
She's 63.
Oh, okay. And so you shouldn't be bothered at all that your father is suffering. Why does it bother you at all? It's not happening to you. She's not your wife. It's not you. Why is it bothering you?
Well, I guess when, the person you always look up to, you don't, and always been so strong, you don't want to see that person suffer.
Why not?
Well, because it feels like a little part of me suffering with him.
Why? You're not your father. Why are you suffering?
Well, I guess with the relationship me and my dad have, it's kind of like, well, I'm nearly a spitting image of him, so you know what I mean?
But you're not supposed to be taking on his suffering. Your father is suffering because he's blind and cannot see, and he's getting what he deserves, and maybe suffering will wake him up.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I have tried and tried to help him through this spell, and he is just, he's so devastated there ain't much I can feel like I can do.
No, let him suffer. Don't feel sorry for him, and just wish him well, but don't feel sorry for him. Maybe he'll wake up. How old is he?
73.
73, maybe he'll wake up before he die.
Well, I think his biggest scare
because he doesn't want to drop his body and not be awake. If he drop his body and he's not awake, he's going to be stuck in the hell that he's in right now.
Yeah, you're definitely right.
So why are you feeling sorry for him then? Let him suffer. Tell him he needs to be trying to forgive and overcome mama.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So why not be honest with him rather than feeling sorry for him?
Well, I have been pretty honest with him with some of the things, and his biggest concern is losing the land and everything he's worked for. Like, we have about 50 acres that me and my wife live on and he lives on, and he's scared of losing it all. And I guess his fear is just being a failure, if that makes sense.
So you really don't know what his fears are about, right? Because you're naming a bunch of things.
Well, he's told me that's his biggest fear is, losing everything.
And did you tell him to overcome fear because he's made those things his God?
Yeah, I've mentioned that to him, and I told him that, me and my wife are
Speak back. Come back to your phone. Come back to your phone.
I said,
okay.
Well, I've tried to tell him that that's not going to happen because, like, me and my wife, our whole plan revolves around this piece of property and everything too. So if it comes down to it, if she wants to split and try to take half of it, I said, I don't care. Me and my wife will make it happen. We'll buy the other half.
Right on.
And we'll keep it all.
Why don't you just stay out of your father's way and let him suffer?
So that's kind of what I've been doing right now is some of the things he said and done where I'm like, okay, he's getting too emotional, and I'm just trying to back off and let him make his own decision on this. And hopefully,
again, how old is he?
73.
Isn't that sad that at 73 years old, your father haven't learned anything?
Yeah, that's kind of what me and my sisters have said. It's I don't know. It's very, very odd situation with all the details, but I know I can't share them all right now. I know you ain't got enough time.
But there's nothing odd about it. Your father's blind and cannot see. He has not overcome anything. His wife is still his mother.
Yeah, I get it, but I think his main scare is just having to start over at 73 years old.
But if he had grown, he wouldn't be afraid of that either.
That's very true. But you know as well as I do, trying to get back into maybe having to go back to work at 73 years old doesn't sound very great either.
But he doesn't have to go back to work yet. He's worried about something that's not happening.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. It hasn't happened yet.
All right. So if he worry about it, he's going to bring it up on himself.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that.
So why don't you get out of the way?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've done. I haven't talked to either of them in probably a week.
Let them go through that. That's them. And don't be a mama to them. Don't be a mama to your daddy. And don't be a mama to your mama. And you need to go and forgive your mother. Don't judge her for whatever has happened. That's on her. She got to work that out. You need to forgive her so you can be free. And that way you can deal with your wife in the right way.
You're right. Because I was on the edge of actually following your instructions of forgiving her. And now within the past 3 weeks, all this has came out. And I'm like, oh, my God.
But that still shouldn't stop you from forgiving your mother. It has nothing to do with your life.
Oh, I understand, but the fear of making things worse. You know how...
you can't make anything worse in someone else's life. They make it worse in their own lives.
Oh, I understand, but you know how women can get very, very angry when...
That's not a reason for you not to go and forgive. Let her be like she want to be. You forgive so you can have a life. You know what, Pope? Call me tomorrow, if you can.
Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, hey, and I was going to mention, I'm not so sure I can trust the experts anymore after last week.
What'd they do?
They said they ain't never had no chicken and dumplings before.
That's right. What a sad way to live.
You got to get some new experts.
That's right. Thank you, Pope. I got to run. Thank you, buddy.
All right. I'll try and call next week. Thank you so much.
All right. 888. No, not 888. I'm out of time. Do the silent prayer. Go and forgive your mama, Pope. And everybody, forgive your mother and your father. If you want to be free, if not, stay in your hell. Enjoy your hell. Suffer. Do the silent prayer. If not, suffer. They were talking about how expensive gas prices are today. And the Biden administration, like, oh, we're working on it. We're going to take care of it. We're working on it, right? And they said that we're running out of gas. Even the gas that we put on reserve is low. But Biden administration said by the time they're going to take care of it. Do you believe it? What a mess. It's interesting, too, in spite of, just think about this, smoke on this, in spite of gas prices being so expensive, to travel being so expensive, and the airports and everything is a mess because of the country's falling apart. Our traffic control now have people who have no idea what they're doing. And so as a result, things are really bad. And because they hire people based on their skin color, it's affirmative action, by the way, and not because they qualify, so everything's really a mess. Hardly a day go by when you don't hear some near miss or some planes starting to nosedive or parts falling off, something going on, right? Because they have no qualified people. They got rid of all the qualified people and put in affirmative action people, and they don't know what they're doing. But in spite of all, it's knowing that your life is at risk, the prices are through the roof. Knowing that. And because this administration know this, they're not going to really do anything about bringing prices down, lower the gas prices, because they know you are so hungry to feed your ego, you're going anyway. Ain't no way you're going to not go. And especially if others are traveling too, the thrill mean more to you than the sacrifice of not going. You're going to go anyway. You're going to pay the money. You're going to complain. You're going to pay the money. You're going to complain. And then some of you are going to still get in there and vote for this administration again. And you're going to get the thrill from complaining, and then you get the thrill from going and spending your money, no matter what it costs. Isn't that amazing? There's no way that you're going to stay home, with self, with yourself, with self, and work on you. You think there's no, there's no fun in that. I'm going out. I'm gonna be out amongst the crowd. I'm gonna be at every party, every barbecue. I'm gonna be everywhere. The thrill is costly, but it's worth the thrill. So you're gonna travel. You're gonna waste your money, in spite of putting your life at risk. High gas prices, expensive travel tickets and things like that. You're going anyway. And you're going to wait in the long lines. Or you'll be complaining about how bad the lines are, how long it's taking to go through the checkpoint there. But that's just a thrill, another thrill of complaining. You're going anyway. Isn't that amazing? And the big demons know that you're going anyway. They know that you're going to go anyway. Because most people, not all, but most people, men and women, cannot live with self. You can't live with yourself. What? Stay home and be by myself? It sounds like death. And it is death to the ego, to the false you, not you. But you don't want to die from that. Not really. You may say, well, I want to die from my ego. I want to live. And according to Christ, in order to have a life, you got to give up a life. You got to give up the fake life in order to have the real life. And that means you got to work on you. You got to work on you. And you got to work on you. And you're like, that's too much work. That's too painful. To die from the ego, are you kidding? You'd rather go and get that religion that says you got to believe in Jesus. You got to read the Bible and believe. And then on the cross, it's about the cross. and then hoop and holler and pray. You'd rather believe that and go on your trip than to sacrifice the ego in order to live. What a sad way to live, but I do understand. And you're calling death life. You're calling misery happiness. You literally call misery happiness. You call fear or anger, which are the same, you call that your protection. You call that anger, that strife, that jealousy, that fear. You call that life. Can you imagine that? You're calling your misery, your hell, life. And there are preachers and churches and family members and a bunch of women who are more than happy to assist you in calling hell heaven. Because believe me, your misery, your anger, your jealousy, your strife, living in your imagination, your worry, your doubt, your suicidal thoughts, your unconsciousness is hell. I don't care what you say, it's hell. You're catching hell. Yes, you try to give your hell to other people so you can call that life, but you're calling hell heaven. Hell is hell and heaven is heaven. And anger is not heaven. Isn't that amazing? But love your thrills. Keep paying your expensive money to go on your trips. Waiting in long lines. And now that the crime is so out of control, you're getting robbed, all kind of stuff on your trip. Amazing. I saw a local story here in L.A. Yesterday. Apparently, and I don't have it all down pat, but apparently there is a owner that owns some property and here in L.A., and they have been trying to restructure this property, rebuild it, so they can rent it out or sell it or whatever. But they can't get it done because every time there's no one living on the property, and so these homeless people move in and call it their home, and because the law is on the side of the homeless people, these people are stuck in court fighting against homeless people who walked into their home and call it their home. Did you ever imagine that would happen in this country, period? And that they would protect the homeless people and not the person that owned the property, paying the notes, paying the whatever bills that comes. And they have to go to court to fight to get the homeless people out. So they're spending more money. And then that takes a long time. And so apparently there was a fire in the building. They don't know who started. Maybe the homeless people did. And now they're stuck with that. My country is gone. My country is upside down now. Completely upside down. My country's gone. I want my country back that I grew up in. My country that I remember. Not this mess. Not this mess. So, the great white hope. The one thing, I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. I've talked to you about enduring all the way to the end. You got to endure, endure, endure. And when you're tired of enduring, endure some more. All the way to the end. And I realize most people are not going to go to the end. They're going to complain, oh, it's too hard. It's too long, taking too long. It's too painful. When will it all end? Those people are going to fall by the wayside. And then there's some people going to keep on going. And then they're going to run into some people who got mad or decided for whatever reason they don't want to take this journey anymore. They want to get off. And they're going to seduce you to get off the journey too. You got to follow them and get off the journey. Isn't that amazing? They're going to tell you, oh, go to another church. Go to do this and do that. And you're going to say, you're way down the road, but you're not there, right? And you're going to follow them, follow the crowd. But then, there are those men and women, a handful, just a handful, who have decided in their own hearts that 99.5 won't do. They're going to do 100. They're going all the way, no matter what. No matter how the gates of hell open up to come after them. No matter who try to hurt them, stop them, what army is built against them. Because there's no greater army than the army that's inside of your heart once you overcome anger. And no army can defeat that. And they have decided they're going all the way. They don't know what that means, how far all the way is, or how long it takes. But they know that there's something better than the hell that they're living in. And they may not have seen themselves get into that hell or why they got into hell, but they're definitely seeing the way out of the hell. Those people are going all the way. You got to make up your mind that you're going to go all the way with this if you want life. If you want life. And if you want life, the first you must die. You're not your thoughts. You're not your feelings. You're not your emotions. You're not the anger. You're not the doubt. You're not the needy one. You're not the crybaby. You're not the loser. You're none of those things. You're neither rich nor poor. None of those things. But they all must die. All of those ideas must die. And there's this man. I don't know. I have not interviewed him. Would love to. I don't know, but I'm watching him. The Great White Hope, Donald Trump. And I've never seen, in spite of the love for my grandparents and grandfather and other older people, men and women in the good old days, I've never seen anyone who endure in the way that Donald Trump does. If you notice, and I know some of you don't because you don't even pay attention to yourself, but if you notice, he hasn't gotten angry. I haven't seen him angry. Yes, he's speaking up. Yes, he's dealing with the issues. But I haven't seen him get angry in this whole time. From the moment he announced first time around that he was running for president, the battle against him started. I'm sure in his mind with the devil telling him he's not going to make it. And outside of him, inside of other evil people who have done all that they can do to stop him. What they've said things, put things in his way, everything. Taking him to court, everything. And yet I haven't seen him angry. And people push anger, and they say anger is good. That's their defense. You're a liar. Anger is not your defense. What's wrong with you? When you're angry, you're miserable. You're burning up on the inside. How is that a defense? How is that a defense? You're burning up, trying to burn somebody else with your hatred. But the Great White Hope, so far, I don't know what tomorrow going to bring or today. But according to, and some of you thought, oh no, this trial, this is it. He is a felon. He is a felon. And they were like celebrating, this is it. He going to jail. And he might go. I don't know. But he ain't in jail now. And they were supposed to put him in jail. They're coming Monday, I think. Well, sometime soon. And people are celebrating. Woe unto the man or woman who rejoices in someone else's grief. Woe unto the man or the woman who rejoices in someone else's grief. You have no idea what you're doing to you, to yourself. You're bringing hell and damnation upon yourself. You're miserable. And it doesn't matter how many people join you in your celebrating someone else's grief, you're still miserable. So they're saying, oh, this is it for the great white old Donald Trump. He's going to jail. He a felon. I'm like, what the? How about wait and see? It's it. You have the devil judging the devils. So according to the skim, Trump hush money sentence got postponed. Remember this? They're supposed to send him to jail. And then people were rejoicing. The media rejoicing. People calling my show rejoicing. And guess what happened? The sentence was originally slated for later this month. This is July. Who's going to go to jail? What white man like Trump going to jail in July? White History Month. What the? I don't know what was on those people's mind thinking they're going to put a man like Donald Trump in jail on White History Month.
What the?
Or during White History Month. But anyway, the sentence was originally slated for later this month, just days before the GOP formally nominates Trump for president at the Republican National Convention. They thought they really going to celebrate. Days before they announced him as representing the Republican Party for president, they thought, wow, we're going to put him in jail. And he can accept it from jail. They did not pause to see, well, you know what? This is Donald Trump. He's white. He's the great white hope. Maybe we should wait until September or something, because they can't do it in August. Either August is Man's History Month. What the? But they thought they were going to put the white man in jail during White History Month. But anyway, with the elections about 4 months away, Trump sentences, if it actually happens, would likely be the only criminal accountability he faces, as his other 3 criminal cases have already been postponed indefinitely. 3 of them. And remember when the haters were, the evil ones were celebrating Trump in court everywhere, Trump going to jail. And they were so glad. Stormy Daniels got his money, or whatever they were saying about her. What a mess. And Trump said, oh, okay, I'll sit here. They said in courthouse that he had to go to the trial in New York was cold. The air conditioner was up. They must have hate there running the air conditioner. But they said it was really cold in the building. But he just endured it. Are you able to endure the death of your ego and the attacks from your enemies? Are you able to endure the attacks from your mother, the attacks from your husband, your wife, your children, your so-called friends, from your own mind? Are you able to endure the attacks? Trump, so far, has been and is a perfect example of enduring. And then when you hear him talk about God, it is so interesting in the way he talks about God, how he sees him and everything. Nothing like the Christians and other people. They have a phony idea about God and Jesus and all that. Trump seems to see the real deal. Isn't that amazing? All of your ideas and your little reading and your scriptures and your everything about Jesus and about God are just ideas only. They don't work. They're just empty ideas. And you're still miserable. You're still jealous. You're still envious. You're still lonely. You're still suicidal. You still have looking for love. You're still marrying the wrong person, man or woman, wrong person. You're still looking for the three letters that hate to say S-E. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, you have a fine job. You make buku money. And yet you're still miserable. You can't endure anything. Your money run out, you trip out. Your woman leave, you're lonely and lost and crying. Your man leave, you're lonely and lost and crying. All in the name of Jesus. And yet you won't question. You won't get on that straight and narrow path. What manner of man is this? Donald Trump. What manner of man is this? Donald Trump. The wind and sea obey him. This man had 3 other cases going. And they've already been postponed. Everybody said, oh my God, he's going to jail. Everybody else going to jail, but not Trump. What manner of man is Donald Trump? The wind and sea obey him. Isn't that amazing? 3 of his cases has already been postponed indefinitely. And those DAs, so-called DAs and judges that were trying to take him to court, they were like rejoicing. They were like, I remember that stupid black woman out of New York. She was like, she campaigned on going after Donald Trump. She thought she was about to get the keys to his hotel in New York. And she sat on the end of the road there at the court every day. She was there, it seemed like, every day, so that you could make sure that she saw him coming in and going, and she was seen. What a wicked, evil, evil human being. Now we don't even see her anymore. What the? Happy 4th of July tomorrow, if the Lord is willing and the creek don't rise. Isn't that amazing? 4th of July used to be amazing to me. I love the 4th of July. Born on the 4th of July. I was born on the 4th of July. Especially down in Alabama. But not only, but especially. Family member coming home from different parts of the country. My grandmother making cakes and pies, and you can just smell them all the way down the road. Sweet potato pie, nice, beautiful cakes, and all kind of food, and And then on the 4th of July, we all meet up at the church, and on the back of the church, there's a lot of land around the church, right? And that's where we would celebrate the 4th of July. People playing the drums, and a whole bunch of people came from around the neighborhood and up and down the road and different parts of the city. And we would like dance to the drums and eat and meet people and appreciate America. It was like amazing. That's gone now. Fireworks. Yeah, we have fireworks. And back then, we weren't worried about the government talking about, oh, y'all gonna burn down something. What the?
What the?
Telling you grown people how to use fireworks. Trump, 3 of his cases have already been postponed indefinitely. And then there's one where they're supposed to be sentencing him to come next week. It's been put off. Ooh, Whoopi Goldberg and her mama and everybody else must be crying in their milk. And these people threaten, well, if Trump become president, I'm leaving the country. They said the same thing the first time he ran and won. And they still here. Where you gonna go? Happy 4th of July. Why don't you endure? When you were growing up, didn't someone tell you you gotta endure life? Endure situations in life? Didn't you see your daddy or your mama or your granddaddy or somebody enduring issues in life and they never complained? They didn't worry about it. They understood the spiritual battle and that human hearts are evil. Human beings are evil. Pure evil. There's nothing good about human beings. Nothing. Zero. And they understood that in the good old days. And they knew that they had to endure from within and from without. How come you don't endure anything? Why are you afraid to stand alone? You're alone anyway. You're alone anyway. Nobody likes you and you don't like nobody. It's all for selfish purposes that they pretend they like you. They want something from you. That's your mama and everybody. If you want a life, you got to get rid of a life. You got to get rid of the ego life. It is Wednesday, the last hour of the show on Wednesday. Every Wednesday, last hour of the show is Manhood Hour. What is a man? What is a man?
It's an adult human male.
Manhood. Hillary or President Trump?
I voted for Hillary Clinton.
Beta male. A man is a male who turns to man. Alpha male. Live right, be right, and lead the way.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
What every mother wants.
I live with a black woman who is angry at white people.
It must be so wonderful being you.
I feel her pain sometimes.
When the police system, stop! When the police system.
It'd be hard for me to say this without being emotional.
Blink once if you want me to pull the plug.
This is an absolute win for Donald Trump, not just the substance of the opinion.
The president is now a king above the law.
People are dying, Alfred. What would you have me do?
Endure, Master Wayne. Take it. They'll hate you for it, but that's the point of Batman. He can be the outcast. He can make the choice that no one else can make.
Two good actors.
Right choice.
Those were two amazing actors. I forgot about them, but they are so amazing. The Anchor Baby put that together. It's funny. It's amazing. Thank you, Anchor Baby. I just seen it for the first time. Amazing. Oh, I had something I want to share with you. That is wicked. Pure evil. I got to show you this because I want you to understand this is another example of pure evil. It's not healthy, for lack of a better word. Prince Harry opens up about grief and bereavement. So this is from CNN. The Duke of Sussex, whose mother, Princess Diana, died when he was 12 years old. What? Princess Diana, whatever. whose mother, Princess Diana, died when he was 12 years old, shares his importance of talking about emotions during the grieving process. And this guy, the so-called Prince, he talked to the founder of Scotty's Little Soldiers, whatever that is, a charity for children of dead military soldiers, founded by a lady whose soldier husband died. That's a lot. But I want you to hear this from Harry. This is from Scotty's TV. Harry talk about sadness and the lady making kids smile. Watch this.
So easy as a kid to think or convince yourself. The reason is, I wouldn't know. Like I was 12.
Yeah.
For you, for an adult, but it seems to be the same, which is you convince yourself that the person that you've lost wants you to, or you need to be sad for as long as possible to prove to them that they're missed.
Yeah.
But then then there's this realization of, no, they really want, they must want me to be happy.
Yeah.
Every single day, I guess, you wake up and think about him.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
But then the smiles that you put on all these kids' faces, that's the medicine.
Yeah, that is definitely my medicine.
It's the antidote to the loss.
Yeah.
Putting smiles on kids' face is not a medicine. It's a cover-up of evil. It's a cover-up of evil. They're both lying. Emotions are not necessary. They're not, and they serve no good purpose, period. Except for, like, this woman thinks she's putting, poor Prince Harris. Don't blame him. He married a black woman. Poor Prince Harry. He's lost too. People, you've been lied to. Emotions are not of God. God is a dispassionate God. Satan is an emotional fake God, evil God, a deceiver. So this woman only make herself feel good, thinking she putting smile on kids' face and medicine. That's horrible. Look at the world now. Everybody's smiling. Look what's going on. Inwardly, they're lost. They're in misery. They're out of it. Harry, this is the last soundbite. Harry on talking about the loss. She turned her pain into purpose. Watch this.
And it's about teaching the children, young people, to celebrate their parents' life.
That's the hardest thing, especially for kids, I think.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't want to talk about it because it's going to make me sad.
Yeah.
But once realizing that if I do talk about it and I'm celebrating their life, then actually things become easier.
Yeah.
As opposed to this sort of like, no, I'm just not going to talk about it, and that's the best form of coping.
Yeah.
When in fact it's not. It can be for a period of time.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying to them, is like, if you suppress this for too long, you can't suppress it forever. It's not sustainable, and it will eat away at you inside. Equally, you don't want to be in a position, no one wants to be in a position to be forced to have to talk about the very thing they don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
Especially when every defense mechanism in your mind, your nervous system and everything else is saying, do not go there.
Yeah.
You say this and it sounds corny. It's like you've literally turned your pain into a purpose.
Turn your pain into a purpose of hell. That doesn't even make sense. That's so, both are lost. I have no idea what Harry was talking about. Period. You cannot turn pain into a purpose. That's still pain. You want to overcome emotions. And you can if you want to. And if you take control of your own life, you can overcome it. You really, really, really can. It'll be taken away from you. That's evil. That was an evil conversation promoting evil. Keeping you in your misery, in your hell. 888, what a sad way to live, huh? But I understand it. Because the world have lied to you. Your parents have lied to you. Your teachers have lied to you. And they have kept you in hell. Now you can overcome it, but you got to relearn by the truth, not by some person. You got to return to the truth. GAYLE is the first time call out of Pennsylvania. GAYLE, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Thank you, Jesse.
You're welcome.
I have trust issues.
You have trust issues?
Yes.
And what is a trust issue?
Well, believing what somebody say all the time. And it stems from the fact that I have not been able to depend on anybody. So I decided that the only people I'm going to associate with is the ones that are part of my family. And I know how they are. And a lot of times I can't depend on them. And like when I have to go to the doctor, I live with my son. And I have to almost fight with him to get him to take me to the doctor because I live in Pennsylvania. And a lot of times we have to go to Maryland to go to the doctor because the town that we live in is a small town. And so I don't have any friends. I decided to cut males and females totally off because the females, I run into them, they always want to be in competition with me. So because I've been hurt a lot, I have trust issues.
And do you know why your son don't want to take you to the doctor?
He's selfish, but that's my fault. I raised him like that. I was selfish. So I see it coming back on me through him.
Yep. Have you apologized to him for raising him that way?
Yes. I told him that you're like that because I was like that.
And so that's why he doesn't want to take you to the doctor, because he hates you. He hates the fact you live with him. You are a burden to him.
Wow. I sense that.
Yeah, of course. Why don't you go live at like one of those beautiful white people old folk home?
Well, I did live in one of those, but to me, they're like living in a tomb.
But at least you'll be living in a tomb and you have someone taking care of you. You're living with your son and he hates you, and you impose your life on him again. At least you'll be... He was the one that suggested that I come and live with him. Because he did it
I have my own income. He don't take care of me. I have my own income.
He did it out of guilt, not because he really wanted to take care. He was just playing.
Okay.
So I would suggest you do him a favor and then go find yourself one of those beautiful greenery old people home and live there if you need help. And that way you have somebody to take care of you every day, all day, and it won't be a burden for them because they're getting paid to do it. And tell your son he needs to forgive you so he can be free. And then as far as trust, how is it you don't trust other people? In what way?
Friendship. I don't trust them in friendship. And you say about going to old folks' home that they'll take care of me. The problem with that is that I get 2 checks, okay? But it's not a lot of money, okay? And when you go stay in those homes, they take all your money. And the reason why I say that, I had a grandfather that lived in one of those homes. They took all his money. He couldn't even buy personal items for himself because he had no money. And that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that I won't have any money. They will take every dime that I get.
But with that money, don't they provide all your needs with that money? Personal items and food and shelter and road trips and
I was just saying, my grandfather stayed in one of those places, and they took all his money. And the family members that did take care of him, they had to come out of their pocket and buy his personal items.
But how old are you?
I'm 1 year younger than you.
Oh, maybe so you're like 98.
Okay.
But listen, you sound smarter than maybe your grandfather, whomever you said, and you sound more alert. So you'll be more aware, and they won't be able to take your money if you are aware.
Yeah, but you know how the system works. You know that they don't care. We live in a day and time. They don't care. All they want is the money. So
I understand.
That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I understand. But which would you rather do? Apologize to your son and then move out of his home so he can have a life and be free, or to live with your son to hold on to a dollar bill and make him miserable the rest of his life?
Well, Jesse, I really don't see it that way because, like I said, he asked me to come and stay with him.
But you said you see that he's really not happy with you being there. He doesn't even want to take you to the doctor. He didn't really mean it. He thought you were going to say, no, I'm not coming over there. You need to live your life. I don't want to be a burden. I'm not your wife, so I don't need to be there. He thought you were going to say that. He didn't know you were going to say, okay.
Well, Jesse, I see what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. The only thing is that I will take into consideration about what you said.
Yeah. And then the other thing, as far as trusting people, you're not supposed to trust people. Angry people cannot be trusted. Their hearts are wicked.
I believe that.
Even Christ said you can't trust an angry person. He said that an angry person is a murderer. They're wicked, but you're not supposed to judge them either. You're just supposed to understand. And so you're not supposed, when you hang out with people or when you visit with your family member, you're not getting with them to trust them. You just want to hang out for a few minutes, hang out and go your way, but you cannot trust them. And plus, all your life, you have been drawing people unto you who are just like you.
Okay. And you know, I heard you say that you're slow. I'm slow too. And what you just said, I'm learning that. How I do is that when I'm in a crowd of people, I draw energy from them.
Yeah.
And once I draw the energy from them, then it's over with. Then I move on.
Yeah. You're just like the people that you're drawing onto you. You're sucking life out of them because you have no love. And you can't be trusted either. You got to work on you, and you're at a perfect age to start working. Well, you can do it way before that, but you got to start overcoming your anger. You got to forgive, so you shall be forgiven. And at your age, you're going to have an amazing life. You will have all the people around you that you need to have around you, or you won't have around you. You'll be fine. Everything will just work out for you, but you got to overcome your anger. And so you stop judging yourself and other people.
Okay.
Have you heard me talk about my silent prayer?
Yeah, I do silent prayer.
Okay, stay with that.
Okay.
And then be still so you can get out of your son's house and stop imposing on him. He needs to have a life.
Okay.
Anything I've said you disagree with?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. I understand what you're saying. I accept what you're saying. As far as I disagreeing with it, yes and no. Yes and no. I don't agree with you saying that because I don't like being alone. I raised 3 kids by myself. I'm used to family being around. And I stayed pretty much out of my son and his wife's way.
Oh, God, he has a wife too? Poor lady.
I don't interfere in their relationship, and I help out a lot. You know, I help out, I buy groceries.
But they don't like you, though, even though you're doing it. You're still in their way, and they don't like it. That's why they don't want to take you to the doctor. That's why when you in your wheelchair going down the step, they let you bump.
I'm not in a wheelchair.
They let you bump down the step.
I refuse.
Right on. Well, go and live your life then. Find a place that is not too costly, and you have some workers there, and then start doing it. Stay with the silent prayer. Work on yourself, but you need to get away from your son and his family so they can drop the anger they have for you right now.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
And then as far as trusting, don't trust people and don't not trust people. If somebody keep their word, that's nice. If they don't, that's nice. But don't you try to trust anyone at all.
Okay.
And as far as being alone, anyone who is afraid or can't be alone is not worthy of the kingdom of heaven.
What do you mean by that?
Because the only way to enter into the kingdom of heaven, you must be willing to travel alone. And in traveling alone toward the kingdom of heaven, you're going to overcome the world. You're going to have perfect peace. You're going to have the love of the Father, but you're not going to get that if you're afraid or don't like being alone. You got to overcome the world. You cannot depend on the world to bring you solitude. I think that's that word. It sounds like it. Solitude. Don't rely on the world, people, places, and things to bring you peace. Only peace comes from God.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah, your comfort.
And I'm a firm believer in God, but I believe in the Trinity.
What a mess! And where you get that belief from?
Well, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
But where did you get calling it the Trinity? Where you get that from?
Because the Father was first, the Son was second, and the Son gave us the Holy Spirit.
Did he ever call it the Trinity?
Well, it's called the Trinity. I really don't know the answer to that, but I think it's because of the three.
But Christ never called it the Trinity.
Okay.
But do the silent prayer, watch those thoughts so you can overcome anger. And let me ask you this really fast. When you say you don't like being alone, right?
Right.
And who are you?
Who am I?
Yes. I don't know.
I don't know how to answer that.
But then how do you know you don't like being alone if you don't know who you are?
I know who I am.
Who are you?
I don't know how to answer that, okay?
Then how do you know who you are if you don't know how to answer who you are?
Well, I'm pretty much tell myself I'm a child of God.
But if that was true, that is who you belong to. But who are you?
Again, I don't know how to answer that.
Well, then why did you say, I am afraid of being alone? I don't like being alone. Who is the I that don't like being alone?
Me.
And who are you?
I'm GAYLE.
That's your name.
Yeah.
But who are you?
Well, you stunned me there. I don't know how to answer that.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes, it is. Amazing.
Amazing. And so you always run around talking about I, but you don't even know who I is. You have a false identity with an I, and you don't even know who it is. And you claiming all this stuff, I this, and I feel this, and I'm lonely, and I'm this. But you don't even know who the I is. Isn't that amazing?
Yes, Jesse.
Yes, Jesse, that is amazing.
Yes, Jesse, that is amazing.
So here's what I want you to do. Do what you want, of course. I recommend you do the silent prayer. I recommend you start watching those thoughts. All thoughts are all lies all the time about anything. And some practical thoughts, what you want for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, and blah, 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 right? But I want to encourage you to watch those thoughts that make you feel up and make you feel down and make you feel lonely and make you feel sad. And don't call them you anymore, and amazing things will happen for you.
Okay.
Stop identifying with the false self. You're not your feelings. You're not your thoughts. You're not your body.
Okay.
Will you let me know how it goes?
Sure, I will.
When is your birthday?
October the 3rd.
So this October, you're going to be 75?
74.
Oh, you're older than me then. Amazing. Well, good talking to you, GAYLE, but you got to work on you.
Okay.
And I will highly recommend, if you can, do it. You know your situation better than I do. I'm not there. But you need to get away from your son and his wife so you don't compete with his wife, so his wife doesn't compete with you. There's no jealousy there because it's just bringing on a lot of problems for your son.
Well, I pretty much, because I have experienced life, I pretty much know how women work, and I pretty much stay out of the way.
Yeah, but they still don't like you. That's why they don't want to take you to the doctor.
Okay.
Every time you say, oh, I got to go to the doctor Monday, can you take me? It's inwardly, he has pain. He's like, no!
Well, since you said that again, I understand when I say I'm feeling bad, he's like, he just can't comprehend it.
Yeah. Call me again, GAYLE. I got to take a break. And you know what else is amazing? It's Thursday. It is Thursday again already. And every Thursday we take all calls, but every Thursday is Bible Thumper Thursday. Yeah. Thank you, Jesus. Mom.
And this war ain't over, y'all.
That's right.
We're talking about saving democracy. We're talking about health care for all of God's people. We're talking about housing for all of God's people.
So we're going to read you the scriptures, read you the commandments, and you can actually follow the Bible, do what God says, and not what the Christian church says.
Do it now. I'm tired of this church.
Now, I rest my case. What a mess. And so happy 4th of July today is the 4th of July. It's amazing that some businesses are open today. And we're open as far as doing the shows today, but the office itself is closed down today. But I was thinking about the 4th of July, reflecting. And I remember, as I said yesterday, that the 4th of July was amazing when I was growing up. It was one of my favorite times of the year growing up. One of them. And I think Christmas was the next one. I may be wrong, but I may come back and correct the Christmas thing. I'm not sure. But I know the 4th of July was one of my amazing holidays. Even after I moved out to L.A. for a while, and then we would celebrate the 4th of July back home in Alabama, sweet home Alabama, by the way, down in Dixie. I wish I was in Dixie, oh, you're away from Pearl, Yoden, away. And it was like the time when you could walk into the house and my grandmother was baking sweet potato pies and beautiful cakes and turkey and chicken and all kind of things. And you could just smell it all up and down the road that she was cooking. And then the family members would come home from Indiana, Florida, New York, Chicago, different places. And then, like, they would have arrived last night, like the day before 4th of July or something like that, maybe a week, sometime before. And then today we would all go out to this church yard because it was a lot of ground, so we would all meet there. And other people, family members from the area would come to with their food, and everybody put their food out. They would be playing the drums, and we'll be dancing. And there would be no fights, and there would be no gunshots, and there would be no black people killing each other. You wouldn't even think of that. That didn't happen to the point that you never even imagined something like that was possible. And then we would have a really good time. And then at the end of the day, the older adults would go home or wherever they go or went. And then we, the teenagers, would go to up to the honky tonk. They didn't call it the club. We call it a honky tonk. Where they had a juice box. And we'd play music and we would dance and have fun until the wee eye of the night. Because the next day we'd have to go to school or anywhere, right? But it was just an amazing time. And there would be no racism. There would be no sexism. There would be no homophobism. There would be no Allah Abbaism. There would be no white supremacism. And there would be no Debbie Dadism. And there will be no anti-Semitism, no isms. Isn't that amazing? I want you to smoke on this today, especially you potheads. Smoke on this. Can you even imagine and believe or even think for a second that in the United States of America, a Christian country, that once upon a time, there was no isms, no racism. The words didn't exist. None of the ism stuff. And as a result, you just kind of lived your life daily. And when you became an adult, you lived your life, young adult, you moved on to the next phase in life. And that you just lived your life. And there was no killing. You mean that you were not concerned about going to the market or going to a bar or a club or something or wherever and be shot or attacked or cursed out. That was a time when America was like that. Can you believe that? When I left home at 18, Because at those times, men were taught and prepared to leave home when they became an adult at 18. Because men used to become an adult at 18. Now they don't even become an adult at 118 years of age. And I would travel to different cities, states. I never once thought about being shot or being robbed or going to an event. And a lot of time I was traveling alone. America used to be that way. Isn't that amazing? That's gone. It's Independence Day, right? That's gone. Man, I'm glad that I have some amazing memories of my country when it really was a country. Instead of being born right now or the Z generation or even the hate generation, whatever they call it, millennial, when you have nothing but bad memories. Well, maybe not quite bad memories, all for some of the millennials. Not all the... Isn't that amazing? Now you're going out, going home or leaving home or wherever to celebrate the 4th of July, and you're walking in fear. You're living in fear. You can't even ride the airplane anymore. The airplane ride went from having to dress up to ride the plane. You dressed up. I don't know if you had to do it, but you dressed up, and it was so classy and fun. It went from that to fighting on the plane, to doors falling off the plane, to getting rid of employees who knew how to build the plane, make it work, to affirmative action people who have no clue. Plane, almost every day you hear about a plane near miss or a plane nose diving or something going on. Airplane rides are no fun anymore. And I want to play this soundbite, and then I want to get to your phone calls and super chats. Hassan, I want to, let's see here. When I heard the story on local news first, it just kind of hit me. There is a woman visiting here in California, and according to the report, she was killed while visiting this country. I want you to think about this. This woman, according to the story, was visiting another country. She was visiting America. And can you imagine when you're in a foreign country and you're going to America, you're thinking, wow, I'm going to America. It's safe, it's fun, it's free, everything's gonna be amazing. Can't wait to go and get back home and tell about your trip. But instead, and according to a report, she was killed in America, a foreign country. Can you imagine? Just think about that. I never heard of anything like this growing up. When visitors go to America or come to America, it's like party time, fun time, amazing time, and they can't wait to get back home to tell how the trip went. This woman, according to the story, if this is true, will not be able to go back home and tell her story about how amazing it was in America. I want you to think about that. In our country is becoming a S-hole country real fast. We are a third world country. Did you ever imagine facing that? Happy 4th of July. So I want you to watch this and realize this happened in America, if it's true, to a foreigner who was visiting America, a foreign country. KTLA 5, a woman who was struck and killed by a suspect vehicle during a botched robbery attempt at Newport Beach, Fashion Island, has been identified as a 68-year-old tourist. Think about that. In America, a 68-year-old tourist visiting from New Zealand. Watch this.
Well, new developments tonight in the deadly robbery and murder at Fashion Island Mall in Newport Beach. Now, these are the victims. KCAL News has learned they are 68-year-old Patricia McKay and her husband, Doug, a prominent banker in New Zealand. The alleged thieves targeted the couple and then dragged McKay into the street, running over her with their car.
And again, as we've told you, this all happened in Newport Beach yesterday. Now, the Good Samaritan we spoke to said he was eating sushi at a restaurant there, stepped outside, and that's when he heard someone say, "She's getting robbed, she's getting robbed."
I clotheslined him and took him out, and then I had to stop, and as I turn around, he's getting up, and we both start running, because he's running for the car and I'm running after him. And he ducked out of the way, and as soon as he ducked out of the way, I then saw the car had stopped. And there was a guy with the passenger door kicked open, and he was out it, and I saw down the barrel of the gun. I was like, oh, he's shooting at me.
Yeah, he says that's when that third suspect ran back to the car, got in, and they all took off. Those three suspects, as we then reported, were later caught up in this pursuit. All three of them eventually taken into custody. Now, that Good Samaritan Bo there tells us that Doug, the woman's husband, sat there and unfortunately had to watch the entire thing. He says after the woman was hit the first time, Doug began screaming, "She's already down, already down." He believes that the suspects panicked. That's when the driver, he says, hit the gas and hit her for a second time before that interaction that he described happened, and then all three of them took off. Guys?
That is an amazing story to me. They were visiting from a foreign country. Husband and wife, according to the story. And they were white. And white people just want their first-class world. They don't want to be robbed. They don't want to be fighting. They don't want to go out to an event and shoot up one another. They just want to enjoy their life. They work hard. They go to school. They learn. And then they go to quote-unquote prestige colleges. And they get amazing education. And then they build rockets and ships to the moon. And they go on those cruise things. And they go visiting because they made a lot of money. And they travel first class on the planes and all that. And now they can't do that because you have these people out there robbing them. And at one time it was mostly blacks in this country, but now you have all these foreigners. It could be a foreigner now. And they showed the suspects who were accused of doing this. They caught them, and they showed them on the news. I didn't have their pictures there being arrested, but they looked like there were three black guys. I could be wrong about that. They could have been dark, somebody else kind of people. But it looked like it was three black guys. So I want you to really, really think about what has happened to my country. What has happened to my country. And then I really want you to think about even the tourist people take a grave risk at visiting America. Did you ever imagine that you would be hearing those words? That you will ever be hearing that? You take a risk, a major risk, your life risk, at visiting when you visit America now. A tour. That was unheard of in the good old days. Unheard of. When boys were boys and men were men. Oh, there go a black guy. One of them, according to the report, I don't know for sure. There's one of them, black man in America. But I just want, the point I wanted to make is that everything has changed. My country is now an asshole country. You can't even visit this country as a tourist and then go back home to your country alive. Can you imagine? Think about this. This woman is going back home to her country from what at one time was an amazing country, America. She's going back home dead. She will never see her family again. They would never see her alive again. And I think they said her husband was a banker or something, so they had a little money, they were having fun. And look what happened in America. So I want to remind you that at one time, that America, this stuff was not happening. And if it was happening, because human hearts are wicked, so wicked hearts have always been around, of course. But they were contained by the law of the land. When I was growing up, unheard of it. It was just unheard of. Blacks were not killing. You could ride on a plane. You could go. I left home at 18, traveled around to Indiana and then to California by myself. I wasn't afraid of robbery and anything because as far as I knew, it didn't even exist. I think the first time there were 2 times I realized that the blacks were out of control. Once I went up to Indiana and I heard about the Black Stone Rangers and the Black Panthers or something like that. And they were like out of control and the blacks were afraid of them. So I heard about that, but they were over in Chicago and I was staying over in Gary, Indiana, East Chicago and Gary, Indiana. And so I never saw them because we were not allowed to go over there. And then when I moved to California, for a while I stayed over in South Central LA. The blacks were out of control over there. And so it was my first encounter with that kind of stuff. And so I moved to West LA away from the South Central LA because I just wasn't accustomed to that. My country is gone. It's an asshole country now. And somebody wanted it that way. They have made it to be that way. And it's only going to get worse because it's so far gone down the road. But you can be free. Hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. You are looking at memories of America. It ain't America today, so be ye not deceived. It's not beautiful. Thank you. That was amazing. You're looking at memories of the way it used to be. It ain't that way now. That's gone. They have torn down statues and monuments and flags and burned down amazing buildings and just wiping out the history of an amazing country and putting up George Floyd. Oh, let's try to have some fun. It is the 4th of July. Even though the gas prices are high, crime out of control, The races are fighting one another. No drilling. Everything messed up. Tourist people can't come here anymore and rely on going back home alive. Not just going back home safe, but going back home alive in the United States of America, a third world country. We have all these third world people here, and then the angry blacks. And not all, but most. And they are let loose. They've gotten rid of the police. They have gotten rid of the police and turned the criminals loose. This woman, according to the story, is now dead from New Zealand, visiting, look happy with her husband. They over in the fashion district out in Newport Beach, ain't even near the black folks. And yet, she will not return back to New Zealand alive. What a sad commentary for America. Anyway, y'all supposed to be having some fun today, right? Amazing. Jonathan, out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Jonathan, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, so I'm actually curious about something. I haven't actually called into the show about a year and a half, maybe 2. And I have 2 daughters, one on the way. So 3 total.
So you have 2 already and 1 on the way?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And me and my wife are having some difficulties on how to raise the oldest
Speak
one.
up. Your mama lives. Speak up. Okay.
We're having difficulties with our oldest daughter because she is very rude and disrespectful, and it creates a lot of anger, trying to educate her.
How old is she?
She's 4 years old.
She's 4?
Yeah.
And she's already rude and angry?
Yeah.
She hate her mother already?
I'm not certain. I mean, the biggest thing is when we tell her to do certain things that are just like normal things, pick up after yourself, try to understand what we're saying, but she doesn't follow through.
When you say what we are saying, who are you referring to?
Oh, whether it's myself or my wife telling her to do certain things. But the behavior is only specifically at home. It's not outside. Outside with other people, she's completely fine. So I'm not really understanding, I guess, where you could say where we went wrong. And I'm not exactly sure how to...
She is, and your question for me is what?
What is the best way to approach it on how to resolve the disrespect, the rudeness, and just being receptive to what we're trying to say to her.
You got to correct her mother. She's becoming like her mother. So she's acting the way that she's been treated by her mother and you, because it sounds like you're angry and you don't have love either. So she's acting just like her parents. You're getting back what's been put out. And the only way that's going to change is she's 4 years old. The only way that's going to change is that you and her mother heart has to change from anger to love. You guys don't have any love. Because it sounds like you treated her the same way the mother treated her.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of very specific. For example, we don't really have an issue with her, right? But it's just the little things and clean up after yourself. But she doesn't listen. She talks back a lot.
Because that's how her mother is treating her. And that's how her mother treat you. Her mother don't listen to you. Does her mother obey you?
Yeah.
She obey you?
She is.
Why?
What do you mean?
Do you correct the mother when you see how she's treating your daughter?
Yeah, we talk about it a lot.
Do you correct the mother when you see how she's treating your daughter?
Yeah, when I'm home, obviously. I don't know exactly what she's doing when I'm not home.
And do you correct her in front of your daughter?
Of course.
Yeah. Correct the mother. I guarantee you at 4 years old, the girl will change. But if you don't, the girl going to get worse. And as she get older, she's going to be just like her mother.
Yeah. The weird thing is that I don't really see the character development in my wife versus my kid, right? She's very rambunctious and stubborn, which is more me. My wife is more gentle and easygoing. So that's what confuses me about it.
So you treat your daughter like a mother?
I don't really know how to answer that question. I mean, not exactly. Because obviously she's my wife and then there's my kid. So
I know, but you treat your... So is the anger coming from you or your wife toward your daughter?
Oh, it's definitely coming from me.
Well, then why are you treating your daughter like you're the mother instead of the father?
Not exactly sure how to answer that question.
And I guarantee you, you're treating your daughter like the mother treats your daughter with no love. Your wife is not obeying you. I promise you that.
I mean...
Have you gone and forgiven your mother?
What I say. I did. It was a while ago.
And are you doing the silent prayer?
No.
Oh, why not?
I never got into it, unfortunately.
So how will you overcome the hell that you're in living if you don't see the hell that you're living in?
I don't know. I just need a temporary solution right now because it's kind of going on my nerves too much, and we're about to have another daughter, and I don't want her to essentially, my oldest daughter, being rough with the baby, and that's what concerns me the most.
It's not going to change, Jonathan, until you and your wife change your heart from anger to love. You have no love. And your daughter, innocence, cannot handle the hell in you and her mother, so she's becoming like you guys. And there is no quick fix until you guys change from anger. There's nothing going to change. Your daughter is not responsible for her action right now. It's because of you and her mother. And it sounds like it's more even you because you're saying that your wife obeys you. Your wife has love and not anger, right?
Wait, say that again, the last one.
Does your wife ever get angry?
She does.
And you get angry?
Unfortunately.
Then how is your daughter? She doesn't even have a chance.
Yeah.
She's been raised by two evil people.
What should I personally do in the times where she is being extremely disrespectful? What is the proper reaction?
Stop treating her that way. When you stop treating her that way, she'll stop acting that way.
Yeah. I understand the nature of really kind of trying to calm down and try to talk in a very simple tone with your kids.
No. Your heart got to change, man. Your nature is evil, and this girl's nature is innocent. And now it's being turned to evil because she's in hell with her parents. She's born into hell. And you got
that is 100% my fault.
And you are pointed at the daughter when it's really you.
Yeah.
Why don't you overcome your mother? That angry nature.
I thought I did. She passed away before I could do that, so I had to do it within my heart. I talked to my father about it as well. We have a very good relationship now, more than it was before. But
it's spiritual.
It kind of just confuses me. That's all.
What confuses you?
I kind of understand what I'm supposed to do, but it really confuses me as to why she becomes so disrespectful when I'm trying to.
Because you're like that.
Her, right? Yeah.
She's that way because of you and her mother. She's catching hell from you, and she's catching hell from her mother. What do you think she's going to become?
Like me?
Yeah.
All right. So what's the first thing I should do?
I would recommend, do what you want, that you start working on you to overcome the hell that you're living in so you can pass on love to your daughter and not hate.
Okay.
I would recommend you do what you want, but do the silent prayer so you can be conscious of the evil that is driving you. Because your daughter is becoming just like you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're like this, your wife is not obeying you either. You're obeying your wife, and she's not obeying you.
How would I mean, this is a kind of weird question, but how do you know if a person is not obeying you, even if they say they are or they're doing the actions that they are?
What kind of action?
Oh, I don't know.
How can your wife obey you when you're filled with evil?
That's a fair point.
You're acting like her. Go to rebuildingtheman.com. Say, hold on, man. Hold up. Lord, have mercy. It's the 4th of July. Let me go quickly back to Jonathan out of Sweet Home, Alabama. And Jonathan and his wife has 2 daughters and another baby on the way soon. And according to Jonathan, the 4-year-old daughter is acting out and he doesn't know what to do. Right, Jonathan?
Yes, sir.
And tell me, give me an example of what the 4-year-old is doing.
The biggest thing is when we tell her or ask her to do something, she doesn't listen and she does the opposite. And then she talks back immediately after that. Another situation is when we tell her to be quiet because we live, in an apartment complex, and she's up at 5 o'clock in the morning and she's making a lot of noise.
Speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry. Another example is like when it's like 5 o'clock in the morning and she's up and about and making a bunch of noise, and we can't have that because we're in an apartment complex and there's people still sleeping. So it creates a lot of difficulty trying to manage that. And I'm not exactly sure those specific instances how to deal with it without basically saying, "Hey, stop it," or "Be quiet,"
And
yeah.
No, and what are you about to say?
No, that's all basically. In those cases, that's the biggest one right now, for example.
Okay. And who disciplined your daughter when you're home? Your wife or you?
That's me.
And when you're away, who disciplined her?
That's her, my wife.
And does your wife discipline her the same way you do?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, it's not a yes or a no. It's kind of like she tries to do it her own way. We talk about it, and we try to find solutions as to how to take care of her.
You said she tried to get her own way?
No. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, when I'm back home, we usually try to find ways on how to how to discipline her better, like when I'm gone for work and she's taking care of her. Sometimes we talk over the phone when she's being real difficult when I'm at work, so that's that.
And how does she treat her mother and your wife?
It's probably the same. Sometimes it's worse, unfortunately. So I try to talk to my daughter over the phone. It usually calms her down a little bit. You cannot treat people like that.
And when you say sometimes it's worse, how does she treat her mother that sometimes it's worse?
Screams at her. Doesn't want to calm down when she needs her to calm down. She's creating a lot of noise that's making my wife's ears very sensitive, unfortunately.
Making what?
She screams a lot, so it's making my wife's ears very sensitive.
Making your wife ears?
Yeah.
How old is your wife? What the?
She's 30. I'm telling you, it's not easy. Like, genuinely speaking, it's not easy.
So, Jonathan,
yeah.
So your wife have to call you at work sometime to have you talk to your daughter on the phone?
Yeah, I mean, it happens maybe like once every 2 weeks or stuff like that.
And what does your daughter say when you're talking to her a 4-year-old on the phone?
She's like super sweet, right? It's like, "Oh, but everything is good. I listen, blah blah blah. You know, it's real sweet, but that's the issue. So sometimes I'm like, I'm not exactly sure how to, and it's not like I want to change her completely, but I at least want her to adapt to certain situations. Like if we tell her to clean up, you know, please clean up. Don't be rude about it. You know, don't talk back. Just, I mean, it may sound like a non-issue, but in reality, if it's an ongoing issue, it's getting to the point where it's just becoming too difficult to deal with.
So if she's not going to stop, she's not going to get better, so what you going to do, put her in a juvenile detention center or something?
I mean, Jesus, sometimes I feel like that, but I can't do that because obviously he's my kid, right?
And so what are you going to do, call the police?
I don't know. I probably need to talk to some people who have more experience with this because obviously I don't.
So let me ask. Yeah. How will your daughter get better when all she is receiving from her mother and father is hate, no patience, no love? How is she to be any different than what she is if her parents are like that?
Yeah, that is probably more true than I care to admit.
That was the question.
She will not get love, unfortunately, because if the only thing she gets is anger out of us.
That's all she's getting. She's only getting hate. She's not getting love. She's getting no patience. She's getting nothing but hate. How will she get better if you and her mother are only getting worse? You're not getting better. And especially the mother, because the mother is giving her even more hell when you're at work, believe me.
Yeah.
How will the daughter get better when all that hell is going on? You and her, you guys don't love her. How will she get better?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I've tried almost everything. Spanking, triple spanking, doesn't work.
All you do in doing that, you add to the problem. You're making her angry even more so because there's no love in spanking her either.
True. I mean, I think there's a place and a time, not with anger, but like discipline, like, hey, you cannot do this. This is unacceptable. But at the same time...
What's wrong with you, Jonathan?
What was that?
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. What am I supposed to say to that?
I'm telling you...
I mean, obviously,
I'm telling you the daughter is not the problem. You and the mother are the problem.
Yeah. I realize that, but as I was saying before, it really concerns my behavior, especially when the new kid comes. That's really my biggest concern right now.
So your biggest concern is about the new kid and not the one you have?
I mean, obviously, I need to take care of her character. That is an obvious situation, but...
But what character? You have, and your wife have no character. How can you take care of her character? She's acting like you guys.
All right. So that's kind of why I was asking you.
You want your daughter to change?
Right now?
You want your daughter to change?
Yes, sir.
Then you change and make your wife change. Otherwise, she's not going to change. She's an example of what you guys are. You're looking at yourself in the mirror when you're dealing with your daughter.
Yeah.
And you're blaming her when it's really you guys.
I don't blame everything on her. I know I have
She's
a lot
not to
of
be blamed for
issues.
anything.
Yeah.
She's 4 years old.
Okay.
If you guys change, then she will change. And you have a chance right now since she's 4, but if you let it go, if you don't change anytime soon, as she get older, she's just that spirit of evil just will continue to grow in her, and she's gonna be the carbon copy of you and her mother.
Understood.
As an adult.
Okay.
Why don't you change?
I am doing what I can, as far as I understand it, at least.
What are you doing to change?
working hard and trying to be more gentle with her.
What does that mean, working hard on what?
Oh, sorry, job-wise, trying to provide an income.
That's not going to change your daughter one iota.
No, I understand. But
so that's not working hard is not going to change you either, unless you're working on yourself, your heart.
So that's why I was asking, what is the first thing I really need to work on myself first?
Immediately, you need to start doing the silent prayer so God can separate you from the hell that's in you, and then he'll take away all that stuff, and you'll have love and patience for your daughter. You'll be able to deal with your wife perfectly, and everything will change once your heart changes. You don't have any patience, you and your wife don't have any love. And your wife is giving your daughter pure hell while you're at work. That's why she's screaming and yelling and carrying on at work while you're at work, because she really don't have any help while you're at work. Your wife can't handle your daughter at all.
That's true.
I'll
work on that.
So start doing the prayer, the silent prayer. You got to get serious about working on you. And then start being honest with your wife. Tell her to back off your daughter. Stop yelling at her. Stop screaming at her. Be patient, because the daughter is becoming like her.
Okay.
You guys have no patience for the daughter. You have no love. And if you don't change, you're not going to treat the baby that's on the way any differently than you treat the one that you have now. Except you may spoil the new baby, say, oh, we're going to do it right this time. We're going to give her everything she just wants. We're going to spoil her. It's going to be the same devil.
Understood.
And you should not be disciplining your daughter the way your wife does. That's two mommies. That's a beta male. You have to have patience with your daughter. Don't be a beta.
Beta. I should always like fun and laughing, Jesus. Anyway.
Start working on yourself.
I understand what you're saying.
And stop yelling at your daughter, and just be patient with her. So when you're changing, she's going to change. When her mother changed, she'll change.
So when she is having an episode of essentially screaming and crying and complaining and all kinds of fun, patience is probably the best course of action.
100%. Don't yell at her. Don't scream at her. Hear her out, and then explain what the problem is.
Okay. I know it sounds like I'm kind of weird and beta-ish, but please understand, I'm 30 years old. I've been trying to do my best throughout this time, so sorry about that.
No, I understand. No, I totally understand, but you got to overcome your mother. You got to forgive your father. You got to overcome the hell that's in you so you can guide your wife and children in the right way to go. You got to be the light. You're not the light of your family.
Yes, sir. I can do that. I'll work on myself.
All right, let me know how it goes.
I'll call you in a month. I'll keep you posted.
All right, and be patient. No more yelling at your daughter.
Yes, sir.
And then don't let your wife yell at her. If she starts yelling at your daughter, just say, no, don't yell at her.
Okay.
And let your daughter see you doing it, and she would know that at least the father is trying to protect her from the mother.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, sir. I can work on that.
Happy White History Month.
Very, very White History Month.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. One last thing, y'all got to go. It's White History Month.
Yeah.
So I want to remember one person today. Caitlin, what's her last name? Clark. Isn't she amazing?
Indeed, she is.
What do you think about what's happening with her? Speaking of white history, she's making history.
No, what's crazy is that the way she's handling this type of stuff is pretty crazy because, well, for one, she's close to her father.
Right.
So that's one thing.
Yeah.
But for two is that they're all after her. They're really all after, whether it's physical, whether it's comments, whatever, but she's definitely staying calm and not overreacting and just doing her job, which is playing basketball. So
I hope she stays like that with the mess. Just stay calm and don't attack and just go on and do her thing.
Yeah, and do your thing. And now, on top of that, they always ask her in little conferences what she thinks about it. She always gives a positive message to the other ladies, at least from what I've seen. Positive message, and she doesn't talk bad about even the people that dislike her. So
the black girls are ticked that a white girl putting them to shame instead of being enjoying it and jumping on board and agreeing and having fun with it. They are ticked. They're like, now we're going to have to play harder. We got to rise up to the white lady stand.
Well, the thing is that they're not realizing is that there's a full picture when it comes to being good at something. Like the other girls, they're not that they're bad, but Caitlin has the full picture, the star quality. Like she's not overreacting. She's not acting crazy. She conducts herself properly. People want to see that opposed to like somebody that's
absolutely
all over the place.
Is Trump her daddy?
I don't know.
What? No. What do you think about Caitlin?
Caitlin Trump? Talking about Caitlin Trump? Hey, I'm just telling her, I just wish her a happy White History Month.
Right on. Amazing. Did she got put on some basketball team or something?
All-Stars.
All-Star. What does that mean?
WNBA All-Stars.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's the best people from the league come together as one team. Kind of thing.
And she's on that. And that black girl, that jealous black girl, is on that team with her. What's that guy name?
Angel Reese.
What's that guy name?
Is it Angie Reese? Something like
Angel
that?
Reese. I'm pretty sure.
And she seemed ticked.
Yeah.
She's so ticked. Her braids dried up.
She can hardly see through her eyelashes.
So what do you think? Anything else you want to say about her?
No, just happy White History Month.
Happy White History Month to Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
What do you guys say about? She's just amazing.
Yeah, she's my heroine.
Well, Hake is in love, so it's different.
Well, just like a niece. I love her like a little niece because she's like 22, something like that.
Oh, she's that young?
Yeah.
Wow.
I almost wore her shirt because I have a shirt or two.
Yeah.
Shout out to whoever sent me my second shirt for the first day of White History Month. But I thought better of it. But yeah, I'm right on. Keep it up. Nice attitude.
Are you surprised that gal Reese, whatever her name is?
Angel Reese, yeah.
Why is she so jealous of it? She appears to be really jealous of Caitlin.
Yeah. I don't know much about her early life, Angel Reese, but I feel like that is common among the rap culture. They're like saying, I'm the best. No, I'm the best, or whoever. That's common among like the flashy culture, and blacks have this. A lot of these younger blacks, especially, have this. They fall into this flashy thing where they don't know to be humble.
Oh,
a lot of them.
Wow. You notice Reese is jealous?
I think that it's displayed a lot with in the black community in that way is because they forget what it means sometimes to conduct yourself properly as well. Manners and being proper and being decent. And Caitlin Clark has that full package. I think I said it on my show a while ago is that like people want to root for somebody that is a positive image. They don't want to root for, attitude and aggressive behavior. Yeah, they don't want to root for that. They want to root for something good. So if everybody's capable of it, but instead of being mad at somebody else, why don't you just work on the full package so you can have that as well? But instead, they'll just blame it on her being white, her being not fair, and all that stuff. So.
Amazing.
White is polite.
Well, happy White History Month to Caitlin Clark. You are amazing.
Nice.
And keep up the good attitude. Don't let them get to you, no matter what they call you. You just go out there and play that ball and make your daddy proud. Amazing. Congratulations. Thank you, guys.
Nice.
Thank you.
.TV, PUNCHIE. Thank you all. Julie out of Connecticut. Julie, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse. Thank you for taking my call
Absolutely.
again.
Right on.
I spoke to you Tuesday. I was the one that said I'm the head of my husband.
Okay,
But
what the?
I don't want it that way. I'm taking your advice. We're changing things.
Right on.
I wanted to talk to you since this is Bible Thumper Thursday.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you a story that I think you might find interesting and that I'm still struggling with.
Okay.
I'm white.
She white.
And I have only, up until this point, gone to African churches. So I just got out of an African church. And when I say African, I don't mean African American. I mean they are born in Africa.
So why you been going to an African church?
Because I liked all the whooping and wailing and hollering and dancing.
But they do that with the black American churches too.
Oh. I first started out with an African. I got baptized in an African American church.
Are you married to a black man?
No.
Oh, okay. But go ahead.
No, I don't know. I don't know if it's because I'm Italian. I just gravitated towards that. So at this African church, and they're from Ghana, but they live here in Connecticut. They made me the administrator, so I became in charge of all the people. And the pastor is a male, but he has his wife sit next to him during the church service, and it's online. And I was with them. I was dedicated to them. I did everything that they told me to do. And I got no pay. If it was day or night, no matter what, even if I was wanting to go to sleep and they needed something, I'd get up and I'd do it for them.
Really? So you like a white slave?
Well, now that I'm listening to you, I didn't know that at the time, what was going on.
So you were a white slave and didn't know it, and they're from Ghana? What the?
Yeah. So and the whole time I was happy to do. I thought I was doing God's work. So after a while, things started happening with his wife, and I didn't know you at this time. So I just found out about you and your show for the past 2 months.
And
so
don't say the name. Don't say the name of the church or their name.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So I was getting a lot of compliments by the pastor, the male pastor, and by the church folk. And I don't know if that's what happened, but after me being sort of a leader in the church for a year, she destroyed me. The wife came after me.
Amazing.
She destroyed me.
Why?
I don't know if she didn't like that she wasn't being paid attention to as much as I was.
Oh.
I don't know if that was it.
And
but
when you went to her and asked her what happened, why did she do it, what did she say?
She to this day will not speak to me.
You tried to go talk to her about it?
Many, many times, and I actually did a Bible Thumper thing, and I called her and I said, "You're supposed to talk to me because it's in the Bible that as Christian brothers and sisters, you're supposed to talk to me, and you're not talking to me, and you're going against the Bible."
And what did she say?
She ignored me. She still won't talk to me.
So be done with it and move on with your life. You had no been up there in no all-black church.
That's right, right?
Yeah, what the? From Ghana. They gonna get you. So just wish them well. Don't be angry. Okay. Don't judge them at all. Just wish them well and move on with your life. You'll be fine.
I'm trying. I am still a little bitter towards it because
Well, then, if you're bitter, you're totally wrong.
All right.
And you're worse than they are because you're judging them.
Well, I want them to see what they did was wrong.
No, you don't need them to see. You need to see where you went wrong. Learn from it. Don't become bitter. Be better. It's not your job to want them to see where they went wrong. That's on them. You're responsible for
Right.
you, and they're responsible for themselves.
Okay.
So don't be bitter. Don't try to make them see anything. Move on with your life. Don't call them anymore. Just drop it and move on.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm still hurt by the whole thing because I
Only
did so
because
much
you-
for them.
Only because you're bitter. And if you're hurt by what you did for them, it was all ego. It wasn't.
Oh.
It wasn't real.
Oh, okay. Because I wanted something in return.
Yeah, you wanted the thrill from it. Oh, look what I've done. I get up and get y'all water late at the night.
All the people have to come to me.
Yeah, it's all ego. So learn from it so you won't go down that path again.
Well, the good thing is that when they got rid of me, even though they're lying about it and say that I quit, they got rid of me. They're telling everybody I quit. I found you guys. I found you, and I started learning so much more.
Yeah. So,
And
but
I
don't
feel
be
grateful for that.
right on. But don't be bitter now. Don't judge them. Don't talk. Don't say bad things about them or anything.
Okay.
You be grateful and you move forward, and God is with you.
All right. Thank you, Jesse.
But do not call her anymore, him or anyone. Whatever they saying for the reason you got fired or whatever, that's on them. Don't try to prove anything. You just wish them well and move forward in your life. It's going to be amazing.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right?
Yeah.
All right. Happy White History Month.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Bye. Yesterday, we told you about this story. I talked about how, for those who may not have heard it, how 4th of July used to be amazing in America. It was growing up as a kid. It was absolutely amazing. Down in Alabama on the plantation, it was fun. You would look forward to 4th of July. And then yesterday we talked about how now my country is a S-hole country. It's a third world country now. And everything is falling apart because we've gotten away from encouraging people to be their best and then treat people the way you like to be treated. Most people love being controlled by the government and or other people. There's no independent thinkers anymore. Men are now weak. They're like mama's boys. And crime is through the roof. The government deliberately brought in crime and took away the cops so that the non-criminal people would not be able to protect themselves. It's a real mess. A mess. I mentioned this woman who came, according to the story, she came here to visit America from New Zealand. Just think about that. She was a tourist in America. She left her home, her country, to go to what she thought was a free country. She's going to go there and have fun. Going to go to America and have a good time. The way they used to do in the good old days when they would come from other countries. And according to this story, this woman, her husband came. I think they said he was a banker or something. And the woman is now dead. Can you believe that? In America, the woman is now dead. She's going back home in a body bag because our country is now a third world country. You can't even visit here and be safe and have fun and go back home. And visitors at one time loved coming to America. It remind me of what's happened over in Europe now. Same thing is happening to Europe. All the white countries, there's a major attempt to destroy the Western world by any means necessary because it's a Christian world. I have books and they're created by white men. Amazing. So I was telling you about the story of this woman, according to the reports. She came here to visit, she and her husband, from New Zealand. And because America is an asshole country now, no police, the criminals are running the country, and the citizens are in hiding. This woman now is going back to New Zealand in a body bag. Did you ever imagine that that would be happening in America? We used to report on stuff like this happening in other countries. And I never thought one day it would be coming to America and we would be reporting on it in America. And it's becoming a norm. It's not even painful to most people anymore or abnormal because it's a norm now. Crime is a norm. No police is a norm. Attack on white people is a norm. It's not even a shocking shock. It's not shocking anymore. It would probably be shocking if it stopped. And just to remind you, because we didn't get a chance to show you the people who committed this crime, according to the report. I don't know, but according to the report from the what we're about to show you of this New Zealand woman being killed, we didn't get a chance to show you who did it, or at least been allegedly accused of doing it. But first I want you to see a story from NBC LA. A woman who was struck and killed by a suspect vehicle during a botched robbery attempt at Newport Beach, Fashion Island. And I want you to know Newport Beach is in the white area because they have taught the people to go out to the white areas and commit the crimes too. They've been teaching people that, the blacks, that for years. Why are you doing it in your own neighborhood? And so it's Newport Beach Fashion Island has been identified as a 68-year-old tourist. 68, probably retired or close to it for sure. Visiting from New Zealand. Watch this soundbite.
A growing memorial at Fashion Island in Newport Beach for 68-year-old Patricia McKay, who was visiting from New Zealand with her husband and was killed Tuesday during an attempted robbery outside the Barnes & Noble.
Nerves or the adrenaline were a little high.
The sidewalk is adorned with flowers and a heartfelt note from a stranger expressing their condolences. Two men got out of a white sedan and tried to rob the couple. There was some sort of fight, and that's when police say Patricia McKay was struck and killed by the driver of the getaway car as the men left the mall. One of the men fired 3 shots. Her husband witnessed it all, but police say he was not injured.
Terrible thing, obviously. I feel terrible for the people that were victims.
Patricia McKay and her husband, who colleagues have identified as Doug, both lived in Auckland, New Zealand. Doug is a former Auckland Council chief executive. The family has released a statement to the New Zealand Herald. It reads, quote, "No words can express our sadness as we try to come to terms with the loss of our mother, wife, and friend, Patricia," end quote. Following the attack, police arrested 3 men. 2 of them were arrested after a pursuit that ended in Southgate. The 3rd man was arrested in Cyprus. 26-year-old Leroy McCrary of Compton, 18-year-old Jaden Cunningham of Lancaster, and 18-year-old Malachi Edward Darrell of Los Angeles. We've learned McCrary has a criminal history which includes robbery of a tourist at gunpoint in Santa Monica in 2022.
Black. Now, I want you to know this, is that Compton, Lancaster, and L.A. is not right next door to Newport Beach. You got to drive. You got to get in your car or take the bus or walk. And it takes time to get over there. So if this is true, it was totally deliberate, and they left far away to commit the crime. And this woman is now dead. In the United States of America, and because she's non-black, it won't matter. She appeared to be white, New Zealand. It won't matter. It's just another white dead. Another racist out of the way. Not what I'm thinking, but they call all white people racist now. But this is happening in the United States of America. I never imagined that I would hear the Allahu Akbar people chanting death to America and death to Israel in America. Not in Israel, not in Allahu Akbar country, but in America. Death to America. And the government sit back and smile. That's cute. Oh, look at them. They're chanting death to America. What do you think would happen if some white guys did that? Trump guys. America is gone. America was one time great. For all, but not anymore. I was having a lunch with someone yesterday, and they were saying that, well, Jesse, they are now allowing the blacks to be violent against white people and everyone. Remember when white people were afraid to speak up to the blacks when they were crying this lying thing about slavery? They were pretending that slavery was an issue for black people, and that white people were to blame. And you would tell white people, why don't you say, no, that's not true? But the white people were like, oh, I feel so bad for them. And because the whites didn't stand up, now they're killing the whites. And it's just another day. It's just another day in the United States of America. Here's from X. This is from X, where Officer talks about the incidents. Watch this.
Newport Beach is a safe community, and we're mourning the loss of someone today, a loss that never should have happened.
Black.
Frankly, to hell with these guys.
Black.
They came into our city knowing that they were going to commit crime, and a woman is dead today because of it. It's heartbreaking. It's a tragedy. I am so thankful for our overwhelming and immediate police response. I am so thankful for all of the other agencies that got involved on this to help us all the way up to Los Angeles to catch these creeps. But these are thugs, and every community is now dealing with this. We have to do better as a society because we cannot tolerate this.
Amazing. But they're not bringing back the cops. There's no loud outcry to fund the cops again, bring them back and put them everywhere. Which is worse? So-called police brutality or this crime, these type of crimes that's happened daily? When police brutality wasn't even real, it was another made-up lie. But these crimes are real. Nobody tried to bring the police back. There's no talk about it. Maybe some of the taxpaying citizens are quietly talking about it, but the government is not talking about bringing back the police and bringing back bail bond and locking these people up. It's only going to get worse. It's a spiritual battle, good versus evil. And right now, evil through human beings is ruling in America, a Christian nation, a Judeo-Christian nation. And the people are afraid. Where are the police? And these guys, if it's true, I don't know, allegedly, but they're just going to walk in the front door of the jail or the courthouse or jailhouse, and they're going to walk out the back door. They said something like this one of these guys was already in trouble, something trouble. In the United States, my country, it's gone. And they tell you all kind of lies about slavery. They lie to you about Jim Crow. They lie to you about racism. They lie to you about all kinds of isms, which are not true. And you fall for it. We're celebrating White History Month. This is our 7th year because we want to remind America what the white men did that founded and created the greatest country in the world with the help of God, because they want to erase it. And a white guy called my show the other day and said, well, every day is white history. I'm like, what a dummy. He heard somebody say that in some stupid class, and now he's thinking that and saying the same thing when they can care 2 cents about him. I want my country back, but it's gone, and it ain't coming back. But you, as an individual, can still have paradise right here on earth in the midst of what's going on around you. But you got to take control of you as an adult, of your life individually. You got to lay down your ego. Let it go completely, and you will have perfect peace. You will have perfect peace. Amazing, huh? I want my country back, and it's gone. It's gone. And now that they're destroying all the white Western world, where will you go from here? There's nowhere to go. Everything is, all the other countries already screwed up. Where are you going to go? Where are you going? Nowhere to go. There's no other great country. 888-7753-773. May this woman's soul rest in peace. A senseless death. To the ladies, there are women who are waking up. And they heard me say, well, the evil come through the woman, which is true. And at first they're like, what? They get mad or they overreact. But then they start to pay attention to themselves, and they see something else is making them think and do the things that they don't want to do. They see the control that they try to have over the man and over the children, and it's not working. And once they see it for themselves, they start to wake up. They start to wake up. That's the only thing going to do it. You got to wake up. One thing I do want to mention, because lately I've been talking to several guys who are going through this, not just one guy, and I know some of you are listening right now. Guys, do what you want. But when you make babies with these women, whether you're married to them or not, with these females, and they try to take your children away from you, and they take you to court to try to make sure you don't see your children, or if the court finally say, yes, you can see them, they make sure you don't. They make even that difficult for you to see your children. And then they're taking your money through so-called child custody or whatever they call that. I want you to know, whether it's your wife or your girlfriend or your ex-wife or whatever, those women are evil females. They're not women, they are females. And they are evil. That's why they can destroy the children by keeping from the fathers. And that's why they can destroy you, because they love that control that they have over you with the children or through the children. I want to advise you, and then I talked to a couple of guys who they'll have the mother of their children don't want them to see the children, but their mother want to see the children. And so their mothers go behind their backs in some cases, and they make friends with the mother of the man's children, and she be seeing the children. Your mother is evil if she's doing that. You have a wicked mother. The nature of the woman is evil. And that mother is selfish. Your mama and the mama to your children, they're selfish, evil nature. I'm telling you, don't be fighting for those children in that way. You waste your money and time. And the children are being destroyed anyway. Think about that. They have a mother who is evil, who is keeping them from you. They're not going to be fine no matter what you did or do. So don't let your mama see your children behind your back like that. Or if this woman won't let, it's preventing you from seeing your own children, don't let your mama see them. Your mother just being selfish. It's about her own ego, and she's on the side of the woman that's keeping your children from you. It's evil. And stop being mama's boys and beta males and fighting with these stupid females who have no love over your children. Don't fight over the baby. Don't split the baby in half. Work on yourself. Return to the Father. And the Father will fight your battle for you. Don't let your ego get in the way. You love the children so much that you're willing to be destroyed. That's all ego. That's not love. And the woman see how pathetic you are. Really. And you're making the situation even worse because she's hating you. She see what you're doing to try to get her or appease her to try to get to your children. Women are wicked. They can see weakness right away. So stop it. Do what you want. But I say stop it and then just work on you. Just work on you. And if whatever the game she play, don't play the game with her. Even if she say, oh, I'm listening to Jesse now. Don't fall for that either. Okay, go and listen to Jesse. I'm just going to still go on that straight and narrow and live my life. Strength, being weak to these women for whatever reason, whether you pretended just for your children or for you or whatever, you're adding evil to the woman. You're giving into evil and keeping her ego alive. You are supposed to only love one thing, God, with all your heart, soul, and might, along with nothing else or no one else, your children, your things, your woman, your mama, your daddy, your brother, your sister, your job. You're supposed to love what's right first. Seek first the kingdom of God and put nothing else before that or no one else before that. You're playing a losing game. Because even if you ended up getting the children with the game you're playing, you're going to be miserable, they're going to be miserable. Because the mother has already destroyed them. Just FYI. And keep your mama out of your business. Her mama and your mama. Just simply live your life. You're not responsible for other people, period. Except if you're married, you have your children, your wife is not in the way. I want you to see something here, and then I'll go back to the busy phones. And I want to show you that anyone, I don't care who it is. Look, let me just say this to you. Get to know yourself, male and females, and watch what's going on inside of you. In your imagination and emotions, you're going to see pure wickedness. That's all you're going to see. I'm telling you right now, you ain't going to see no love. But when you see it, and if you stay with it, you'll overcome it. And your heart will be of love, and your nature will be of the Father. But you got to work on you. Because the world, which are evil human being, the human nature is pure evil. I don't care what blood relationship they have with you or don't have with you, whomever they are, work relationship, whatever. Human nature is evil. You'll be stunned when you see how it works, but you'll be protected from it right here on earth. If you doubt me, look at the great white hope. What manner of man is this? Donald Trump. The wind and sea obey him. That is in every human being that wants it, but only a few want it. And you got to work for it. You got to work for it, meaning you got to work on you. You got to watch you. You got to work. You got to watch. You got to watch. You got to work. You got to watch. You got to pay attention. And if you do, you'll overcome it. I want you to see this, but I want you to know, as adult men and women, you're responsible for you. You can't blame anyone else for the way you feel, the way you think, the way you act, the things you get yourself into. You can't blame anyone else. And yes, there are people who will be attacking you, but you can't blame them for your response to their attacks. Because you're your own world and you're responsible. You're out of your mind when you blame someone else for the way you feel and think, or think and feel. Really, yeah, you will never be free. And it's a lie about slavery. It's a lie about racism. It's a lie about white supremacy. It's a lie about Jim Crow. It's just all lies. But they love their lies. They love them. They call lies life. and they call the truth death. I want to show you the anger of the woman justified by men. During a panel discussion on police reform and the black community, one man is shouted at for pointing out that some blacks are out of control. Watch this from X.
I agree with you what you were saying, but you always bring up police sicking on black people. It's like you act like black people ain't out here wilding out, bro. Like I live in a community where I'm gonna be real.
Do not do that and pretend like the only reason why black people and black men in particular are being incarcerated is because they're out wilding. When the police system when the police system was created through slavery,
This is Satan.
after slavery, like we gotta talk about Jim Crow and all of that. Because these white people let all the slaves go, and it was more black people in the States than it was white people, and they needed to find a way to control them.
That's all lies, but that's what's being taught every day. But as an adult, you're responsible for where you're going to continue to listen to the lie in your imagination and emotion and lies that come from females like that. It's up to you. And you notice the crowd cheering on the angry female because they love the lie. It's all lies. Pure lies. All lies. 888. So it's up to you. And I promise you, you can have the kingdom of heaven right here on earth. You can have peace in the midst of everything that's going on around you. And you won't even understand, but you will have perfect peace. You'll be like, what the? Everybody will be freaking out. Freak out. Freak out. Remember that song, Freak Out?
That one I do remember.
Finally. I know I'm old, but I ain't that old. What the? But anyway, it's up to you. Super chat.
Super chat.
Super
chats. A few diamonds from D-Live. Cactus Eater Bear gave a diamond saying, can we get White History Month stickers up in here?
Nice.
Nice idea.
Right. Thank you. We're going to write that down and make sure we do it.
I have books that are amazing, donated a diamond. Please get Sean back. The show is a mess without him. We were just trying to tell Jesse that that it was a mess under Sean, too. But thank you. I have books that are amazing.
There was stuff happening with Sean was until you just don't remember.
It just felt smoother because he projected excellence.
Absolutely. But thank you.
Greenwald.
Hey, Sean. Happy White History Month, Sean.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Greenwald with a diamond. Can Barron Trump become the next great white hope?
Right on.
We'll see.
I hope so.
That'd be cool.
Wouldn't that be amazing? And it is possible. It is possible. He made it possible for the sun to shine. He made it possible that through him we will have peace of mind. I got love and I've got joy, but most of all, I got the Holy Ghost. I thank God He made it possible. Oh, thank you, Lord. Nice.
Nice.
You heard that song?
Yeah, I've heard you sing it many times.
That's about it?
Maybe.
What the? Thank you. Amazing.
C bought a few coffees. First coffee, 2 lovers, and I love them both the same. Emoji, ... Maybe I got 3, Jesse. Is there a song for that? LOL,
well,
Jesse.
I got 2 lovers, and I'm not no. I got 2 lovers, and I'm not ashamed. 2 lovers, and I love them both the same. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sion.
LOL, Jesse, congratulations.
Let me tell you about my first lover. She treat me good like a lover could or should. Amazing. Thank you, Sion.
She says, congratulations on your new network. Hugs, I'm cray-cray this morning, laughing face. I've had dark chocolate with coffee, weird combo.
Right on. Well, happy White History Month. Have fun, and thank you, Sion.
Colby bought a coffee. Jesse, how do we pray for others without hooping and hollering?
By wishing them well. You wish all well, that God's will be done, right? Wish them well, even for your enemy. Amazing. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Evan is out of Texas. Evan, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse. Happy White History Month.
Thank you, Evan. Happy White History Month to you.
So I've been watching for a year, actually. I discovered you through Get a Job. Shout out to Get a Job.
Shout out to Get a Job, for sure.
Okay. And thank you. I just want to thank you for spreading conservatism in America. That's a great thing.
Right on. Are you a first-time caller?
To your show, yes. But I called in Hake the other day.
All right.
So you talk about forgiveness a lot, and I've gone through a lot with my parents in a relationship sense. I was rebellious through my teenage years, and I don't know, when I was a child, I was very close to my mother, and I wonder if that, maybe affected some opinion of my father at that point in my life.
100%. 100%.
And
any male that's close to their mother hate their father because they have their mother's identity, and they feel and think just like she think and feel. And so they feel about their father the way she does, and they think that it's their own feelings, but it's not.
I definitely see that when you say it. I see it for sure. And I'm wondering if, and I've really been trying to repent in that sense, trying to get close to my parents. I'm just wondering if forgiveness is even necessary in that sense.
Ain't no way out around it, ain't no way out of it unless you go and forgive your mother. Have no expectation from her. Apologize to her for resenting her for turning you away from your father and recreating you in her image. And God will forgive you and take away your mother's nature. But there's no other way around it.
I kind of do. I'm scared that it'll hurt their feelings in a way. Or
that's their problem, not yours. You're showing them real love by forgiving them. However they feel or think, it's on them. They're not ready for the truth. But that's their problem, not yours.
You know what, Jesse? I think you're right. I think you're definitely right.
But I promise you, though, you're not going to be free until you can go and forgive.
All right.
You're going to always have fear. You're going to always have worry. You're going to be in and out of your imagination, your emotions, and those things are evil, and you will never have peace. You will not enter into the kingdom of heaven until you go and forgive. You got to face your mama and your daddy, but especially your mama.
All right, Jesse. I will. All
right, let me know.
I'll call back when I do.
Okay, let me know how it goes.
All right, thank you, Jesse.
How old are you, Evan?
I am 19.
Oh, nice. Face your mama and you'll be free. You won't have to go through all that hell that other people had to go through.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you.
All right, buddy. See you on Sunday. If the Lord is willing and the creek don't rise. Thank you for your support, your prayers, and your finance. We got a lot more work to do. Don't forget to donate at rebuildingtheman.com. Rebuildingtheman.com. Donate or call 800-411-BAR. Bye. I'm out of time. See you next week. Happy 4th of July. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing.